Testing one, two, three.
Test one. Test one. Test one.
Mic check.
Test, 1, 2, test. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we turn that down? Never mind. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to kick this off this morning for the 2017 Austin Junior Boer Goat Show. We will have three ladies up here. They will honor the American, Texas, and the national anthem and the 4-H motto. If everybody could take a pause for the cause, we're going to have Jasmine from Williamson County 4-H do the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
If that don't wake you up, I don't know what will. We're going to have Jasmine Wolf from the Williamson County 4-H do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to close it out, we're going to have Natalie Garcia. She's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance for Texas and then the 4-H motto.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. In the support of the 4-H motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health for better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Awesome. Thanks, ladies. All right, we're going to go ahead and start off. Class 1 should be in the staging area. Class 3, start making your way up. This will be percentage Doe kids born before or on December 2nd, 2016. While we're rolling in, we're going to have Mr. Warren Thigpen. He will be your judge today. Mr. Warren Thigpen is from Pipe Creek, Texas, where he resides with his wife, Melanie Warren, attended Texas A&M University and worked for the Texas A&M Agriculture Life Extension Service until he retired. In 2011, after 32 years of service, he has 2 kids, Jason and Tara, and 6 grandkids. Warren has over 30 years of experience judging livestock all over the U.S. and Canada. He has been actively involved with the Boer goat industry since the breed came into the U.S. in the early 1990s. Thank you, Mr. Thigpen, for joining us today.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here today to judge the junior ABGA Boer Goat Show at Rodeo Austin this year. Been looking forward to this show. Get back, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing probably today than working with the youth of our state. So it's an honor and privilege to be here. Today I'm going to try, look at all these goats as close. You may like or not like the way I line them up, but I'm going to do my best to give each and every one of these exhibitors a good look at their goats, talk to them a little bit about it as we go through them, and have a good time. We're going to have fun. We're going to try to keep things running smoothly. If y'all will work for us and have the next classes here and stuff so we can roll through, that'll help. Running a little bit behind this morning. Getting started, had technical issues. The door to the office got jammed and we couldn't get in to get all the stuff out. So the folks worked hard and got that done, so we appreciate that. With that being said, we're starting out with our junior percentage does, folks. An excellent set. I like both these gals, and if this is any indication of the quality of goats I'm going to get to look at today, it's going to be really fun because both these gals are really good. We're going to start with the red paint goat up here I've got on my right. She's just a goat. She's got the overall more volume, more capacity to her. She's a little wider base, more springer rib all the way through than the doe that I've got in second. Yet with that width and that depth of body, she's still really elegant and smooth up to the front end. I'm feminine. I like that about her. You get back behind her, she walks wide when she goes away, when she comes to you. I think the doe I've got in second is very similar. Really long, really feminine, really extended up through the front end. Doesn't have the overall width and springer rib, thickness through the middle and rear end of the doe we've started the class with, but she's, younger. And again, we're in that age deal where, 30 days makes a lot of difference in these goats at this stage of their life. So, bring them back in 8 months and they could darn sure go the other way as things catch up. But nonetheless, two very good does to start our show with. Ladies and gentlemen, give both these exhibitors a big round of applause for me this morning.
Your results from Class 1 will be Kaylee Jones and then Coulter Derlick. Class 3 is coming in the ring. Class 4, you didn't start making your way. Class 7, start thinking about it. If you're back there in the stalls, in the pens, if you look up, you're going to see the TVs running. That is the live screen for In the Ring.
Folks, put your hands together. A really good, deep set of percentage females here. Again, I think it's a good set all the way from the top to the bottom. There's darn sure a lot of good things about here. You get in these top 4 or 5, there's lots of good things. There's some differences, some give and some take. And I promise you, tomorrow or later today, if this class came back in, I might even set them up different. But I'm going to do them like I said. We're going to start with a young lady over here on the left. If you'll lead this doe out. I'm going to call this doe the combination doe in this class. She puts together the most of the things that I'm looking for as far as muscling, as far as volume, capacity, as far as style, balance, being structurally correct. This doe does it. She's as wide-made, coming and going as any doe in the class. When she gets out here, she gets her set up. She's super long, extended through the front end. She's, again, one of the thickest made top to bottom, really down her old top. I love the strength and levelness about her there, really thick, good bone, walks out, moves really good. Just kind of puts all those pieces together pretty good for me. Young lady, if you'll put yours right here for me. Just kind of comes to the top of the class of all those bits and pieces. The doe that I've gotten second, man, I love this doe. She's probably more extended, more feminine out through her front end than the doe I started with. I love her length of body, the levelness down her top, a lot of bone to her. She's wide made. She's just a little steeper in that rump structure than I'd like to see. You level her up in that rump and lengthen it just a tad, and she can darn sure jump up to the top of the class just because of her femininity and elegance she's got up through the front end, but a really, really good doe. I think third and fourth, again, the two does you talk about volume and capacity. These gals excel in that. The white doe I've got in third really extended up through the front end. I like that about her. Exceptionally deep-bodied goat, really wide-made. To me, when I get out and analyze her with that extra depth, I'd just like to stretch her out a little bit to give her better conformation, better style and balance to go with the two does that I've started with. But if you need to add some volume, some capacity to your herd, she's right there, needs to go. I think the young man I've got in fourth, again, very similar to the doe I've got that I had in third. Maybe not quite as smooth through those shoulders and extended as the doe there. But again, lots of volume, lots of meat, lots of muscle on this gal, really wide made. Again, stretch her out. Give her a little more style and balance to match that length to the depth, and you can darn sure be jumping up the class. We get down, I got 3 does here at the end. I talk to each of these young people that are nice does. They're just giving up a little width and some muscle compared to the does we had up at the top of the class this morning, but a really good set there. All of them good. Give all those exhibitors a hand for me, if you would.
The results from Class 3, Sierra Baker taking it. Cassidy coming in second, that's Cassidy Tiedemann, and Austin Jackson third. Class 4 coming in the ring, Class 7 make your way in the holding area, and Class 9 start pulling them off the stand. Class 4 will be a rather large class of 13 entries. Correction, 14 entries in Class 4. While we got some downtime, I want to push out a thank you to our buckle sponsors, which is No Step Ranch. They also sponsored the meal that we had last night and 2 buckles. RMS Boer Goats, Stewart Shower Goats, Glenn and Kelly Avery, Irvin Shavana, and a monetary donation from Joy Ernest. I want to thank you for those buckles. And be sure you kids, you exhibitors and the youth, if you're walking around and you see Stewart Show Goats, give them a thank you for the buckles. Whether you want it or not, it's there. Glenn and Kelly Avery, Glenn is your superintendent checking you in through the gate. They sponsored the buckle also, and you probably see No Step walking around here. And thank them for the meal and the buckles. Test.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a heck of a set of females here, these percentage does. I believe they're like 9 to 12 months. I think especially the top 5 we've got over on this side of the ring. I think just are all 5 exceptional females that you can line them up several different ways. We're going to start with the young lady with the red paint doe. If you'll kind of just lead her around right out here for me. Again, I'm going to call her, I think, like in the last class. She's my combination doe in here. She's wide made front to back. You like that about her. When she walks to you, she's wide between those front legs. When she walks away, she walks out wide. Lots of muscle down her top, up through that forearm, back through her rear end, and it carries down really low. Her ribs are really sprung out good, yet with all that width, all that volume, all that muscle, When she moves, she's still smooth. She's balanced. I love the extension, the femininity up through the front end on her. She just kind of comes to the top of the class. Really level in that rump structure. Probably what moved her up over some of my goats in second and third, but a really nice female there. I think second and third are really close. Two of the does have the most volume and capacity in this class. They're long, they're tall, they're wide. I love that about them. The doe that I've gotten second, maybe just not quite as feminine, not quite as extended up through her front end as the doe I started with, but a doe you really got to like the width of body, depth of body she's got all the way through. Just extend her up, give her a touch more femininity, and I think she could jump up there. Again, third place doe was very similar in makeup and kind, in my opinion, to the doe I've gotten second. You could swap those around, and I probably wouldn't argue with you much. I just think she's maybe a little coarser down in that brisket area, not quite as smooth and balanced as the doe I've gotten second. Again, if I was going to change anything, I'd really like to extend her whole front end out just to give her a little better style and balance. But really deep-bodied, really wide-made doe, just a really good pair there in second and third. Fourth place doe comes in. Again, a really massive doe. You appreciate that. A lot of bone to her, a lot of muscle to her. Again, out of my top end, she's probably the least feminine of the bunch, even though she is feminine. I like that. I love the Boer character about her head. When she's out here moving and stuff, she's just not as balanced, not as smooth all the way through as the does that I've got up above her. But make no mistake, folks, she is really, really nice. Maybe like to level her up in her rump just a touch. The young man I've got coming in fifth, again, I love the front end on this doe. She's probably one of the best fronted does, more feminine does right there, and I love that about her. She's got some length to her, maybe not quite as long or quite as wide all the way through as the does I had up above her, but she's really proportional. She's got that style and balance. I thought about using her at the top of the class a lot, but to me, I'd need to level her up in her rump just a touch. Kind of like one of the does we had in the class before, getting a touch steeper there than I'd like to see. But you talk about style and balance. This gal has it. Excellent set of females. We've talked to the young people over here, probably just giving up some extra muscle and volume compared to the 5 does I had up at the top. But give each and every one of those exhibitors a hand for me. Nice, nice set of females.
The winner of Class 4 will be Kaylee Jones. Second place will be Ruger. Third place will Avery Fisher. Fourth place, Wyatt Stevens. And rounding out your top 5 will be Coulter Darlick. Class 7 coming in the ring. Class 9, you need to be up here. In Class 12, start making your way. Correction. Coming in the ring will be Class 5. It will be your Junior Division Drive percentage doe. Class 5 coming in the ring is your Junior Division Drive percentage doe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our champion junior drive, again, as they've come out here, I think we've got 6 exceptional females out here that are just really good. They represented their age divisions, I think came to the top pretty good to me when I get them out here side by side. Again, I can see, the things that I'm looking for as far as muscle, that volume, that capacity, that width, that structural correctness, and it's yet to be that style, that balance and femininity that made these come to the top. I talked about each of these gals in their class, so I'm not going to go back over it. But to me, again, it's close. I think my champions is easy. I think it may be a little tougher for the reserve junior doe, but I've got my mind made up. Congratulations, young lady. You're going to be the champion. Congratulations, you're going to be the reserve. Give all 6 of these exhibitors a big hand, folks. A really nice set of females there.
Your champion junior division percentage champion will be Kaylee Jones, and your reserve champion for your junior drive will be Sierra Baker. Congratulations. Class 7 coming in the ring. It's going to be a single entry. Class 9, get ready to roll. Class 12, you need to be up here.
Well, folks, we've got a single entry in this class, so at least I'll get one of them right today. But young man, I don't know. She's a nice doe. I don't know if the other one saw you and just decided to go back to the pen or what, but I really like this doe. You talk about super extended, super feminine up through the front end. She's about as good as it gets up there. I really, really like that about her. She's wide made front to back. I like that. It's got some spring of rib. You get behind her. She walks wide going away. She walks wide coming to you. Young man, you've got a nice doe. Congratulations.
Class 7 winner of the single entry will be Preston Wallace. Preston Wallace is the winner of Class 7. Class 9 is in the ring. Class 12, stand by. Following this class will be your yearly division drive. So if you won, you need to start making your way up here. Right after this, it will be class 10, your yearly drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Really nice set of females right here, all the way from the top to the bottom in this class. I guarantee you. Again, I think these top two or three, you could go around probably two or three different ways and justify it. To me, I'm going to start with this red paint doe. I think she puts all those parts and pieces together for me. She's really wide when she walks to you. She's wide made when she goes away from you. I love the Springer rib she's got. She's got some depth of body, some length of body. She's really long and level in that hip, and I like that about a bunch about her. And with all that muscle and that volume, she's still structurally correct. When she moves, all those parts and pieces blend together. She's plenty feminine enough up through the front end. Just a super, super nice doe. I think the doe I've got in second, again, follows her pretty close, especially when we talk about that levelness in her rump. Doe maybe not quite as long-bodied as the doe that I started with. But again, a doe that's tremendously thick from front to back. I love that about how wide she is, the Springer rib, the levelness down her top, the extension, the femininity up through the front end. That's just a nice pair. I think third and fourth are very, very close. Two probably a little bigger frame does than the ones I've started with. Two does are really long and level down their tops. I like that. They've got some extension, some femininity about them. But to me, with that extra frame and that extra size they've got, they just don't have the style, the balance, don't move, all the parts and pieces don't blend as good as the two does that I've got up here in the front. But make no mistake, that third and fourth are very, very, very good does, very feminine does. I like them a lot. The young lady I've got here in fifth, bring her around again. A doe that's a little smaller frame than the does we've got up above her, but you talk about long, you talk about level, you talk about feminine and extended up through the front end. Very, very well balanced from front to back. But today in this class, she's just given up too much overall volume, capacity, width, and muscle to compete any higher. But young lady, she's put together really, really nice. The young man's doe we got down on the end of the class, probably a little narrower made than the does I've got up above her. I'd like to blow her out from front to back, make her wider all the way through. I love the length of body she's got, really long rump. Got some extension to her, just giving up the extra muscle and volume compared to the does on top. But folks, a really good set, especially up on that top end. Give them all a hand.
Class 9 results. First place, Cherokee. Second place, Matty Boyd. Third place, Cherokee again. Class 10, yearling drive. Class 10. Class 10 is at the gate. Class 10 is at the gate. That will be your yearling doe drive.
Three really good females out here, excuse me, in our yearling percentage drive. Again, I tried to use some does that had some volume, some capacity to them, with that some muscle, still some femininity, some style and balance. I think, again, kind of like in the last class, one of these does jumps out at me that'll be your champion. I think it gets a touch closer for our reserve. I think you could kind of go either way, but I've made up my mind. Young lady, congratulations. You're going to be the champion. Young man, you're the reserve. Good job. Good job.
Your yearling champions is Cherokee Zarate, and your reserve champion for yearling drive is Preston Wallace. Class 12, be lining up. Class 12, lining up. It's your senior doe. Class 12, which is your senior doe, you need to be up here. There's going to be 3 in that class. It's also going to be your senior drive class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while they're checking the tattoos and stuff on these three females, give all these three exhibitors a hand. I'm fortunate I get to go around the country and judge, quite a few of these ABGA shows, and I love it to death. You get a chance to look at a lot of good livestock and stuff like that. And when I get to the age classes, whether it's percentage or in the full bloods after a while, you really got to appreciate the fact that these kids have these goats here. Couple of things. Number one, these goats are getting older. What's something that when you get into this show ring, a lot of it may boil down to which one of these females just holds up the best. Some people age better than other people. I'm one of those that I haven't aged very good, but there's other people that do. So keeping that youthful appearance about them, keeping that style, that balance, that smoothness, after they've kidded and raised kids and been through all that. So to me, the fact that these exhibitors are bringing these does, they're keeping them in good shape, which takes a lot of groceries at this age. They think a lot of them. That means these does are producing for them. They're giving them the kind of kids they want, that they're either keeping as replacements or they're able to sell and make money to pay, for all the feed and all the other stuff. So I appreciate this class probably as much or more than any of them, because I know to each of these exhibitors, these does are extremely important. Otherwise, they'd bring the younger. They wouldn't be keeping these things and keeping them on feed 12 months and all this stuff to get here. So thank you for bringing these to me. And again, there are three good ones here. This is one of those classes, and folks, I'm going to be up front. I've had them placed every single direction you could want. I've had this one first. I've had that one first, this one first, that one last, moved them back and forth. That, in my opinion, is how close they are. I like all three of them. We had to place them. We're going to start with the young lady with the red cape doe up here. Again, I think it's just a doe, lots of volume to her. She's really wide-made when she walks to you and walks away, especially going away from you is probably maybe what gets her up here. She's really balanced when she moves. All those parts and pieces stay together. Again, maybe not quite as big framed as the two does that I've got up behind her, but she's really big. She's proportionally put together. Again, just a nice female. Second and third, the same thing. Really long, level top, extended, super feminine does. Both these gals, this doe that I've got here in second, maybe just a touch more extended, a touch smoother, more feminine up in how her neck comes out of her shoulders and stuff. But again, I like her a bunch. The doe in third, there's not any holes in this gal. She's long, she's feminine, she's got the volume, capacity, the muscle. Again, you could swap those back and forth any direction as if you want to as a judge and put them together. And like I said, I did in my mind. I had to line them up and leave them like I thought I seen them today. Tomorrow they could darn sure look different to me. But I want all you know, you're all three very good does. You're all three first place in my opinion. But I had to do you first, second, and third. Congratulations to all three of you, okay? And I think also that the first and second will also be our champion and the reserve of our age division. So looking forward to seeing them in our overall drive here in just a second.
Your senior doe champion will be Maddie Boyd, and your reserve will be Austin Jackson. Class 16 is coming in the ring. That will be your overall percentage drive. Exhibitors, your percentage drive is in the ring. Start getting your full bloods moved up here. While the judge is looking through it, I would just want to take a moment and thank the sponsors for the buckles once again for the youth show. This drive is going to buckle out reserve and champion and banner. There will be No Step Ranch, RMS Boer Goats, Stewart Shower Goats, Glenn and Kelly Averett, Irvin Shavana, and a monetary donation from Joy Ernest.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all these division champions and reserves in our percentage show drive. Like I said earlier, I get the privilege to go around and do a few of these shows around and stuff. And I want to comment, and I think I said this when I started out. It's a lot more fun and a lot easier for me as a judge to judge good livestock as opposed to maybe livestock that isn't as good. I'm having fun today because I've got a chance. These are some good females, top to bottom in each of these classes. As I look out here in our champion drive for our percentages, to me, I think lots of peas in the pods, lots of similarities in their makeup and their kind. Again, I tried to pick those with that volume capacity. You've got to have that. They still got to have some meat and muscle. They've got to be structurally correct. They've got to be feminine, extended up through the front end. And with all that stuff, they still got to be smooth. They've got to be balanced. They've got to have the eye appeal. And some of these, again, it was close in their classes, but they come out to the top. Again, I am very, very pleased with the 6 does that I've got out here. I've looked through them, kind of like when I was, naming each of these. To me, there's still one of these does that jumps out. We're fixing to go out and congratulate her to be the overall champion percentage doe. I think it gets considerably closer with the second place one out of that class and my other 2 firsts that I've got over there for reserve. But as I look, I think there's 2, the reserve that really just follows in more in pattern and style and makeup and kind of my champions, what we're going to do. So without any further ado, young lady, congratulations. You're the champion percentage. Right here is going to be your reserve. Good job. Congratulations to both y'all.
Your overall champion percentage doe goes to Cherokee, and your reserve is picked up by Callie Jones. Congratulations, ladies. Taking a slight pause for the cause. Full blood does, start making your way up here. In the conclusion of the junior show, Mr. Thigpen will be available for inspections. He has the forms. You just come up to where the award table is, bring your registration papers along with your goat. He will be more than welcome to inspect your goat. If you don't get it done by him, I'm sure the second judge, Eddie Holland, will do it as well. Class 18 is in the ring with 3 entries. Class 19, be at the gate. Class 20, let's make our way up here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a good set of females to start our full blood show with here. Again, I like all three of them. Again, when you're down into this age, being a month difference or 2 months difference, or it could be almost 3 months difference in age, that makes a lot of difference in these goats at this stage of their life. I mean, something that's 30 days old compared to something that's 90 days old, or I don't know, these may be an older group, but what I'm trying to say is that 30 days can make a lot of difference in where these goats are in their lives, type thing. Because I think we've got three good ones here, and they've all three got a tremendous amount of potential. We're going to start with the young man over here to my left. Again, the goat, you talk about muscle, you talk about volume, capacity, she just comes to the top. To me, if you'll lead her around here like this, young man, just lead her right here. Again, she moves out good on feet and legs when she tries to walk. She's got some length of body to her. I like that. Some extension up through her front end. I guess if I was wanting to maybe change something on her, I might want to level her up just a touch in her rump. But today she's got so much more volume, so much more capacity, she comes to the top. I really like this red doe I've got in second. Super long up through its front end, level down her top. I like that a whole bunch. Again, in 40 days of age to her, and I think give her a little more time to grow, and she could sure jump up here to the top of the class, because the parts, the pieces are there, just giving up a little too much right now. Really, really long-bodied doe that I've got here in third, and you've got to like that about her. Super extended. But folks, she just needs more time, more groceries to grow, to spring out, to reach some potential to go up here with these things. And I think, down the line, she darn sure can do that. She just needs time to get there. Three really good females to start off our full-blood show. Give each of those exhibitors a hand for me.
The results from Class 18. First place will be Ruger. Second place will be Cherokee. And third place is Abigail. Class 19 full-blood does coming in the ring. Class 20, let's move it. Class 19, there will be 5 entries. Okay, exhibitors, if you don't know it and you have some parents or grandparents or friends or family that's not here, they can go on Rodeo Austin and YouTube. It is live streaming on YouTube on the Rodeo Austin.
Okay, folks, let's put your hands together for these exhibitors in this second class of does. Again, I think a really exceptional class from top to the bottom, especially these top three. We're going to start with the young lady over here to my left. If you lead that doe out, folks, you talk about meat, muscle, volume, capacity, bone. That's what brings this gal up to the top of the class. She's wide from front to back. She's really balanced from front to back. I love the levelness down her top. With that width, that boldness, that bone, she's still extended and feminine up through the front end. If I was going to change something on this doe, I'd like to level her up in her rump structure just a little bit, but just that overall meat, muscle, volume, she comes in here today, kind of comes to the top. I think the doe I've gotten second, very, very close to her. Probably a little longer fronted, a little more extended up through the front end, more feminine. I love that about your doe, young man. Again, maybe giving up a tad in bone, a tad in overall width right behind those shoulders, but a super long-bodied, super feminine, super extended doe. She's really nice. Folks, the red doe I've gotten third, I liked her when she came in the ring. She is just as smooth, as balanced, as even from front to back of anybody in the class. I just need to widen her up a touch to match the volume and the extra muscle those two does got there. Down the line, she may end up being the best one out of all these in this class because there's just no holes in her. She's really, really nice. I think the young lady's doe we've got next, again, a really long-bodied, really extended doe, not quite as wide made through those front shoulders, doesn't walk out quite as wide as the does we've got up above her. Spring her out some and you could sure move up. Young man we've got down at the end of the class, probably one of the younger does in here, and like we get into these classes, that's hurting her. She's probably given up 30, 45 days, maybe more, compared to the ones we had at the top of the class, but a doe's put together right. I like her a lot. She doesn't have any teeth on top of her mouth, but we decided that was okay because her bottom ones were good. Congratulations, young man.
Class 19 results. First place, Casey Joe Stevens. Second place, Casey Joe Stevens. Third place, Matty Boyd. Fourth place, Casey Arnold. And fifth place, rounding it out, is Will Gildon. Class 20 is lining at the gate. 21. Need to be standing by. 21, we'll have a big class of 17, and then we'll go into the drive.
Well, folks, we've got another, I think, a really, really close class, really competitive class, all the way from top to the bottom, I think, especially with these top three. We're going to start with the young lady here on my left, that red paint doe, if you'd lead her around. Folks, I'm going to call her again, like I have earlier today, the combination doe in this class. She's really wide base from front to back. She's got some bone under her, some meat and muscle down her top. You get behind her, she probably excels as far as muscling through the middle of that rear end down in her lower quarter compared to any of the other does we've got here. I love her width between her front legs. With all that, she's still long, she's level, she's extended and smooth up through the front end. Just kind of comes in there and comes to the top. I think the young lady I've got in second, again, a doe, maybe a tad more volume to her as far as volume and capacity compared to the doe that I started with, a doe that I really love the front end. But I think you get behind her, she's giving up some muscle. She maybe doesn't have that muscle up in the forearm compared to the top doe, but overall volume capacity, she's really nice. Two really, really good ones here. Folks, when this doe in third came in, I fell in love with her. There's not probably a better fronted, more feminine, extended doe in this class than she is. I love her. She is just so long-bodied. When she gets out there and she gets moving, she tends to, go down just a little bit. I'd like her to keep that old top up, and that's something she's young enough that can come to her. But you talk about femininity, you talk about length of body, she's got it. Probably giving up a touch of muscle in that lower leg compared to the two up there. But I love the length of body, the extension in that doe, there's no question. The young doe we've got coming in next, again, probably just a little narrower made all the way through than the three does I've got up above her. Like to add a little more muscle and volume, has some length of body, I love that about her, has some extension. Widen her up, make her thicker all the way through to go up there with those. Young lady we've got down here at the end of the class, again, a doe. You get out, view her from the side. I love the femininity. I love the extension. She's good and strong and level down her top. I like the rump structure. Again, I want to blow her apart, give her more spring or rib, make her wider in that chest floor all the way through to give her some more dimension to move up in this class. But really nice set from top to the bottom. Give all those exhibitors a round of applause for me, if you would.
Results from Class 1. First place, Kaylee Jones. Second place, Maddie Boyd. Third place, Lorelei Rowe. Class 21 coming in the ring, 17 entries. Class 21 coming in the ring, 17 entries, followed by the champion drive. Correction, division drive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a really big class here, and so I'm going to do something I really hate to do, but we need to just to give us some space. The exhibitors I've got out here this side that are lined up to me side by side, head to tail with a profile to me, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss and send back. Exhibitors, y'all have got some nice goats out here. I am sending some goats back to the pen out of this class that I promise you, in a lot of the shows that I have the opportunity to do, y'all be in the top 4 or 5 in the class. This is just an exceptionally big class, an exceptionally deep class. Looking at yours, there's some things that I love about each and every one of your goats, but the one thing that I think each of the ones over on this side are lacking is that overall muscling, overall volume and capacity. You look down on that side, I just have a lot more muscle in those does than I've got on these over here. I think a lot of these have some potential and some things they can down the line and can sure get better, come back in 6, 8 months or a year, give them a chance, to catch up and grow and things that they could darn sure stay on top. But we're going to go ahead and to give us a little more room to work the 10 I've got over there, dismiss y'all, but I want y'all to give all these exhibitors a big hand, folks. They worked hard. They've got these goats ready. They look really good. They're just in a really big competitive class and not quite up to the ones on the other side. Congratulations to each of you.
Exhibitors, after the junior show, we will have showmanship, and then we will take a 30 to 45-minute lunch break before we start the open show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a very tough, very competitive class of females right here. I guarantee you. You got to remember, we said about half the class already gone back to the pen. So I'm telling you, we've got quality from top down to the end over here. I guarantee you can line these up in a lot of different ways. Today I looked and I had, back and forth. But to me, they're lined up like this. I'm happy with it. They look good. They're very competitive females. We're checking the tattoos over here. When they get through, we'll hopefully that paint dough is going to check out. She does. All right, lead her out here. Folks, you talk about volume, capacity, and muscle. I don't think there's anybody that touches this dough in this class. She's tall, she's wide, she's deep, all the way through, and she's uniform. That's, I guess, what I like about her. She gets out, she takes big steps, she's structurally correct. And when she gets out here and is strutting and moving, she extends that front end. She's smooth, she's balanced. But to me, that extra volume, that extra capacity that she brings comes to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to watch this doe that I've got in second. Watch her when she's out here walking and moving. There's not a more balanced, more stylish, more uniform, more feminine doe from front to back than her. Especially when she's out here walking, she gets that head up, her top's level, she moves good. I just need a little bit more of her with that volume, capacity, and overall muscle to compete with the gal that I've got up above you, young man. But I like that doe, and when she's out on the move is really, really when she excels. I think the doe that I've gotten third follows my second place doe in makeup, style, and kind. Probably just doesn't have quite the muscle in that lower quarter and that rear leg as the two does I've got up above her. Maybe not quite as long-bodied, but a doe with lots of width, lots of muscle, lots of volume to her, I think fits in third. The big frame doe I've got next, again, you've got to appreciate that about her. Frame-wise, she probably more closely resembles a doe I started with, but she doesn't have that Springer rib on her, doesn't have that rib shape, doesn't have that muscle down in her lower leg like some of the does I've got up there above her. To match that extra frame and volume she's got, I need to put a touch more muscle to get her up there. The young lady I've got again, I get coming up here in fifth, and again, a nice super doe, follows in probably in frame, size, and shape like my second and third place does. Again, like to widen her up just a touch. Another big volume, lots of meat and muscle on this doe I've got in sixth. I just want to extend her up through her front end, young man, make her a touch more feminine up through there, and you could sure move up because you've got the volume capacity. We get down toward the end of the class. Again, remember, I think we sent 7 or 8 back into the pens. Some nice females, lots of potential there. They're just giving up the overall volume and muscle compared to the gals that I had up on top of the class today. But congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors. A super set of females from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Rounding out Class 1, your winner be Lorelei Rowe. Correction, Lorelei Rao. Second will be Wyatt Stevens. Third will be Gage Taylor. And fourth will be Lorelei Rao again. Class 22, which is your junior division drive. Class 22, your junior division drive. Getting ready to go in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for each of our age class champions in our junior full-blood division drive. Again, I think I've got 6 exceptional females out here. All of them, have the volume, capacity, the muscling I've talked about. They're all structurally correct, in my opinion. And with that, they're all very feminine. I think they've got that eye appeal, that style and balance that each of the classes that brought them here. Again, as we look through these, there's a number of ways that I think as a judge I could go and justify it, but there's just, a couple of these gals that put all those things we've talked about all through the classes today together, maybe just a touch better to me. I'm not going to talk about each individual goat again. Y'all heard what I said about them, what I like about them, maybe what I might want to change about some of them. But I think the bottom line is there's 8 exceptional females out here. Give them all one more big round of applause, and I'll congratulate your champion and reserve champion junior full-blood does.
Your champion will be Lorelei Rao and Wyatt Stevens as your reserve. We're going to take a break for the judge. 2 minutes. He's got to take a pause for the cause.
Okay, another really good competitive class here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to just start with the young man right here. Again, I think this is the doe that puts all the parts and pieces together the best for me in this class. She is exceptionally long-bodied. She's uniform from front to back as far as overall width. You like that about her. She's really strong down her top. Got some extension, femininity out through her front end. Really moves out and walks real well. Just kind of puts all those parts and pieces together the best. Maybe it's not the best in any particular category, but she's very, very close in all of them, and that's why we're going to put her up at the top. The young lady we've got in second, you talk about a deep-bodied doe. I love this about her. She's really wide-based, and I like that, have a lot of volume. Probably not quite as extended up through her front end and feminine as the doe I started with. And to me, when I get out, I watch her, she moves good. I love the width between her front legs and rear legs when she walks. To me, with that extra depth she's got, I'd like to stretch her out just a touch, make her a little longer, have all those parts and pieces blend together better, give her a little more style, a little more balance, but she's a super, super doe. I think the doe I've got in third, you talk about length of body, femininity, extension through her front end. She excels in all those areas in this class. I just need to make her wider all the way through. She is so good from the profile, strong level down her top, leveling in her hip, but I need to blow her apart through that chest floor, back through the rear end, spring out those ribs, and young lady, you could sure move up. Nice little doe I've got coming up in fourth. Again, probably just a touch thicker. You get right behind her than the doe I've got up in front of her. Just need a little more overall volume and muscle for her to go any higher. Now, you talk about a meat wagon, lots of volume. That's the doe I've got here in fifth. You get behind her, she's just thicker than anybody in his. But I think out of my top 5 does, she's probably the least feminine of them. She's got some extension, got some femininity. I just love to change the way her neck comes out of those shoulders and goes up to move up into this class, give her a touch there. But lots of volume, lots of muscle in them. The 3 does we've got down on the end of the class, I think 3 that when you get out and view these gals from the profile, there's lots of things you appreciate about each and every one of them. They just need to be wider base, thicker made, have more meat and muscle down their top and through their rear end to complace with the gals that I've got up at the top of this class. But an excellent set of females here, ladies and gentlemen, especially these top 5. Give each and every one of them a round of applause for me.
Results, class 24. First place, Cameron Green. Second place, Casey Joe Stevens. Third place, Peyton Blackstock. Fourth place, Casey Arnold. Fifth place, Madison Wilson. Class 25, full bloods, lining up at the gate. 26, you need to be checked in. Exhibitors, if you placed first and second in the last couple classes, we only have 2 classes. Then we're going into your division drive for yearling.
Well, folks, while we're waiting on a paper here to check on a tattoo, I think we had some error in our paperwork. And again, a good class. We're going to start with the young man's doe here. Again, on both these does, as you look at them, as far as their extension, the femininity, they were both there. They're really long-bodied. They're long and level hip. They both walk good on their feet and legs. You love that about them. I think the difference in what puts him apart, puts him up in first. You get back behind her, she's a little thicker down her top. She's thicker through the middle of her rear end. Really carries down in that lower leg compared to the doe that we've got here, the young ladies that we've got in second place. So, E1? E1. Okay. And it's correct. Our paperwork is wrong. You're good to go, young lady. But we knew that, didn't we? But anyway, I think two very nice does, two very similar type does. Give both these exhibitors a round of applause. The young man's first and the young lady's second.
The results from Class 25 will be Jordan first. Jordan also picked up second. Class 26 is lining up at the gate. Following Class 26, it will be the division drive. There will be 8 in Class 26.
Ladies and gentlemen, another really good class of females here. Lots of depth in this class, all the way from the top to the bottom. We get up on this top end. We're going to start with this young lady right here with the red coat. You talk about volume, capacity, muscle. That's what brings this gal to the top, in my opinion. It's not a wider base goat from front to back, not a bigger top, bigger rear endo in this class. And you get out and look at her from the side. She's long down her old top and really strong, long and level in that rump. With that width and bone moves good, yet she's still super feminine, super extended up through the front end. The young lady did a really good job of showing her. I think the young man's goat that I've got in second probably follows her in type and kind and size and volume. Maybe just not quite as deep, doesn't have quite the overall volume, but folks, I like this doe. She's long, she's level, she's extended. Just, you could do those either way and be fine. I really, really like this doe in third. You talk about long-bodied, super fronted doe, really, got some thickness to her. She's not quite as level in her rump structure, I don't think, as the two does I've got up above her. Maybe, giving up a touch in depth of body, but she's one of you like this kind. She's long, she's level, she's strong. She is, down the line. Today she's good, but she's, a lot of future to her. Think we get to the doe in fourth, we get back to doe. Got some meat, some more volume, a little more size and frame than the doe I've got up in front of her. But again, not quite as wide all the way through as the does I've got up at the top of the class. Maybe not as smooth and balanced and well put together when she's out here on the move. The young lady I've got coming up next in fifth, again, a nice balanced doe from front to back. She's just giving up today a touch of overall volume, capacity, and muscling, but she's structurally correct. She's got that balance and that eye appeal. Just need a little more of her to love. We get down to the three does. We get down on the end. I think we start giving up some of that style, some of that balance, some of that muscling compared to the does we had up at the top of the class, but there's sure some quality in each of those individuals there. Give all these exhibitors a big hand for a really good, very competitive set of females.
Class 26, your results. First place is Kaylee Jones. Second place, Coulter Derelict. Third place, Camille Derelict. Fourth place, Coulter Derelict. Fifth place, Cassidy Timon. Now, if you got a voucher and you're new at the show, take it to the livestock office. They'll cash it in. Our yearling doe drive, staging at the gate. Yearling doe drive, staging at the gate.
Put your hands together for our class of winners in our yearling division, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a nice set of females. You get out here again and start talking about muscling, volume, the things, I've talked about all day. Again, I think there's a couple of these gals that jump out at me is putting all those parts and pieces together really nice, and they're going to be out of this last class. Congratulations, young lady. You're the champion. Young man, you're the reserve. Good set of females here, folks. Give them another big hand.
In the yearling drive, the champion was Kayleen Jones, and reserve champion in the yearly drive was Coulter Derlick. Glenn to the show ring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as a judge with ABGA, I have a little bit of dilemma here. When you get into the classes where does are 24 months of age or older, I'm going to read it right out of the book. It says, does must have kidded or show evidence of visible udder formation consistent with late-term pregnancy. All right. Some of these may be, none of them have kidded. Some of them might be bred, but they are not late-term pregnancy. Folks, there's some good does. Y'all need to get them bred before y'all come back, because we're going to go ahead and have to dismiss the class because you're not meeting the ABGA breed standards. So I want y'all to understand it happens. A lot of these shows I go to, and we have to do that. But you've got some nice does. Get back, get those gals with bucks, get them in an AI program or something, get them bred, because I'd be anxious to see the kids out of them, because they're really some nice females. But we're going to go ahead and send y'all back to the pen. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
In the ring is class 30. This is your full-blood senior doe. Class 29 was dismissed due to technical difficulties. Class 30 will be your overall drive as well.
Well, they're checking the tattoos on these first two in our age division. Again, I appreciate all three of these does. Like we talked in the percentage, these does are 3 years of age or older. They've all kidded one or more times. As they get older, it's harder to keep these does together. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. But the thing is, because these exhibitors have these does out here, I know in my mind they like them. They're producing them kids that are, giving back either to the program, putting does or bucks in the deal, or offspring they can sell. So they're making some money. So I appreciate that. They like these does, and they're in production. They're doing, it's the name of the game in this industry. So we appreciate that. About all three of them. And I think they're three really nice does, very well representing the breed. We're going to start with the young lady over here on my left. If you'll bring this doe again. Again, this doe, she's wide, she's deep, she's long. What gets her up at the top, she's held together better. When she's out here, even when she's moving, she's smooth, she's balanced. The parts and pieces blend together. Just makes her come to the top because of that. I think the young does, the young man's doe in second is very close to her. I really love the extension, the femininity about her. Starting to get, when she moves, a tad coarse up top of those shoulders than the doe up at the top of the class. Maybe not as thick all the way through, especially when you get the lower leg of the doe that I started with, but a really, really nice female. I love this doe that I've gotten third. You talk about feminine, look at her. She says everything. I love the udder attachment she's got. She just doesn't have the condition on her as the two does above her today. Maybe not quite as wide base when you look through her chest floor or through her rear end when she walks away. Spring her out just a touch and she could darn sure move up. But anyway, an excellent set of our aged females. And our first will be the champion aged, and the second will be the reserve champion aged doe. Congratulations.
And your champion senior drive, grand champion will be Cherokee, and reserve champion will be Avery Fisher. Congratulations. Coming in the ring with your full-blood overall drive, yes, in the ring will be your champion full-blood overall drive. This will be the last class for your does. Be sure you're getting your bucks ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for each of our division champions in our Full Blood Doe show. Outstanding set of females here. Folks, before we name our champion, again, this is a big deal. I mean, the fact to me that you can go and say you had the champion Full Blood Doe at the 2017 Rodeo Austin Junior Boer Goat Show is big. I mean, it's a thing you can use as advertising to sell your goats. And people will see your picture, may call you looking for things, may call you looking for advice. And, you know, may want to get to brag a little bit among your friends and buddies that, hey, I was a champion. You get a nice giant banner and things like that. But more important, it's about your goats. It's to me that you know you're in the right direction, at least as far as this judge is concerned today. You're doing some good things. So I want to commend each and every one of you for being here. I get these gals out here, I tell you, this is close. It is extremely close in my opinion as to the directions where they go. I really like these does when they get out here. These young people are doing an excellent job of setting them up, have them looking good for me. But as I analyze them, and especially when they're on the move, and I look at goats moving a lot. Sometimes I get the exhibitors just to turn them loose, but y'all have done all such a good job today of leading them, making the goats walk. We didn't have to do that. But there's one of these gals, when she's out here, she's moving, she's going full steam, she gets her head up, she struts her stuff, I want to say. And that's kind of, we're getting into that style, that balance, that uniformity. When she's on the move, she's strutting her stuff. Congratulations, young lady, you're going to be the champion Full Blood Doe here. Now, if you'll take your doe and put her right there and let me look at her with those other two first places.
Your grand champion will be Lorelei Rao. Lorelei Rowe. Rao.
I think it gets closer, in my opinion, out here on our reserve. Again, I think you could use either one of these three females and be good, but and I couldn't argue with you, but kind of staying with what I use, that youth, that volume. She just looks the part. And again, a doe here that when she's on the move, she really, really looks out, almost won her class, because when she's moving, she looks good. Young man, congratulations, you're going to be the reserve. Excellent set of females right here, folks. Give them all a big hand.
And your reserve champion will go to Wyatt Stevens. Again, your grand champion was Lorelei Rao, and your reserve is Wyatt Stevens. We're going to move into the bucks, full blood bucks. Getting ready to go in the ring is Class 30. Class 30 is your 0 to 3 month full blood buck.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, y'all heard me talk about this, I think 0 to 3 month class in the percentage dose and the full blood dose, that there's a big difference if you're, a week or two old or if you're 3 months old. And in this case, I think they use March the 1st as the date, so it could be 3 months and 3 weeks old. So there's a big difference. And at this stage of their life, that's a lot of time, deal. So when they come in, if you hit one of the youngest in this deal, it just becomes very, very difficult to compete with a goat that's 60 or 90 days old when they're there. So after they get, 8, 9, 10 months, all that stuff kind of evens out. But for right now, it makes a heck of a difference on them. And not to say that a little younger one can't win, because that's a good little rascal right there. But it's just they'd have to be extremely, extremely good. Okay, had to get the tattoo paperwork straightened up for him. We're going to start, folks, with this spotted buck we've got here to my left. Young lady, if you'll lead him out. Again, hopefully everyone can agree with me that when you talk about muscle, volume, capacity, all those things, this guy just kind of comes to the top with that. Again, he's older, so he's going to do that. But hey, I don't care if he's older or not. This is a good motor scooter right here, folks. Lots of meat and muscle down his top. I love that. He's got as good a rear end on a buck this age as I've seen in a long time. He's long, he's level. He's got some boldness up through that front end. I love the head on him, the horn set, the Boer character. He's got that. With all that, he's still got that extension you hear me talk about in the does and stuff we need. He comes up there. I think he's very, very, very good. I think the young man we've got in second, again, a buck, I like him. He's got some frame to him, not as big, probably not as old as the buck we started with, but he's got some meat and muscle down his top, some boldness through that shoulder, some bone under him. I like that. Again, a great head on this guy, really wide when he walks to you and away from you, just, giving up a little, too much in age and overall volume, muscle capacity to beat the spotted buck today. I think the young lady we've got coming up next, again, I love the extension on the front end of this guy. Again, he's just young, needs some time, needs some groceries. He's long, he's level. I love the rump. He's got some bone to him. He just needs to grow into it. And the little one we've got here on the end could end up a year from now being the best buck out of this whole group, young lady. He's just so far behind him right now. Let him grow, let him go, get after his mama, and I think he's going to be good because he's got a lot of good things about him. Congratulations to each and every one of y'all.
Results, Class 30. First place, Cherokee. Second place, Avery Fisher. Third place, correction. Class 35, full-blood bucks. First place is Cherokee. Second place is Wyatt Stevens. Third place is Lily. And fourth place is Michaela Wilson. Class 36 in the ring. It's a single entry with Will Gildon. After that, we will have the drive. Correction. 38, and then the drive.
Single entry in this class. It'll be at least the second class I've got right today because it's been the second single entry class. So, young man, you've got a really long-bodied buck, really got some good extension on him. I like the head on this guy. I like his horn set, the Boer character about him. I'd like to strengthen him up a tad behind those shoulders if I was going to change something. But you talk about long, you talk about level, you talk about extended. He's right in there. Congratulations, you win this class.
Class 36 results, Will Gilden.
Folks, a good set of full-blood bucks right here. We're going to start with this young lady. If you'd bring him out. Folks, when this buck walks in, if he doesn't catch your eye, having that style, that balance, that eye appeal, I don't know what does. He is as uniform from front to back as any buck we've got in here. He's probably not the biggest frame, maybe not the overall widest made, but he's very, very close there. There's not a better fronted, more extended buck. I love his head. You get that Roman nose, that Boer goat shape. He's got a good set of horns to him. He's got some bone underneath him, as much or more than anybody here. You get right behind him, there's not a thicker butted goat. There's not a goat that has the meat and muscle down in that lower quarter like this guy does. Again, he just is well balanced, has the meat, the muscle, the volume. I just think everything blends together so well, especially when he's out here on the move. He comes to the top. I think my second and third place bucks, you could swap these guys around and it wouldn't bother me. They're, again, both bigger framed than the buck I started with. I'll grant that. Maybe a touch deeper bodied. But they're, not any wider made really than the goat I started with. They're not as balanced and smooth when they're out here on the move. I don't think they're as level in their rump structure as the buck that I've got up here above them. But they're two very, very, very good bucks. Like I said, I think the buck that I've got in second probably just a little leveler in his rump structure over the buck that I've got in third. Maybe a little more meat and muscle down in his lower leg than the buck I've got in third. But I think two really nice bucks have some good things about them. The young lady we've got it down in fourth place. Again, as you can see, just giving up some muscle, some volume compared to the bucks at the top of the class. A really long-bodied, long-rump buck's got that extension. I'd need to put more meat and muscle on this guy from front to back, widen him up to place with the guys up here. But, folks, that's a good set of bucks here. Give all these exhibitors a big hand for me. And our champion buck drive, again, I think we've got 5 really, really good individuals here, lots of potential to them. There's no question in my mind, from the youngest to the oldest, I think they're going to do good, but one of these guys jumps out at me. Young lady, congratulations, you're the champion junior buck. Right here is going to be the reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion for your junior bucks will be Lorelei Rao, and reserve Gage Taylor. You're welcome, Joe.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got two really nice bucks right here in this class. I think they're both really good, and I think they're both really similar. We're going to start with the young man here. Again, the buck on my right, and it gets into little things. I think this guy, I really maybe like the way his head attaches and comes out of that shoulder a little bit. He's a little stronger down his top line. I think, really long and level in that rump when he moves. Got some good bone under him. He's wide when he walks to you. He's wide made when he walks away from you. Just comes in, good Boer goat character about his head. I like that about him. Again, I think just it's close, just a little more style and balance, and you've heard me use that look about him that gets him here into the first place hole. I like this buck I've got in second. Maybe not quite as strong right behind his shoulders as the buck I've started with, but again, he's got some meat and muscle down that top through his rear end. Big bone, big footed, wide based. Good Boer goat character up through his front end, still got that extension. I think both those guys are really, really good. Congratulations to both you exhibitors, a really good set of bucks.
Class 41 results. First place, Ruger. Second place, Wyatt Stevens. Class 42, single entry, Will Gilladon.
This side, the tattoo might be in. He's got the man. So you're not missing school. You're spring break and you're working? That's no good. Man. What would be good if you'd had spring break last week, got to do stuff, and you'd been off this week because you're young. That would have been like 2 weeks vacation. Oh, okay. Is he registered? Do you know? You have no idea? I bet he is. All right. They're going to get his papers, get him check his tattoos, and make sure you brought the right goat. Okay, everything checked out on this guy. Again, young man's got a nice buck. When he comes in, he's really up-headed, got some extension about him. He's long and level down his top, some levelness in his rump. Got a good big foot on him. Really uniform from front to back. Congratulations, young man. You're first place. Get a blue ribbon in this class.
Results class 42 was Will. Will, don't go too far because we have a couple of single entries and we're going in for the drive. Girl down, girl down.
Another single entry, so this will be the fourth class I've gotten right today. There's no question. Young lady's got a nice buck. I guess the first thing you appreciate is that extension up through his front end, good long neck. And you've heard us talk about that, whether we're talking about bucks, does, or whatever. You got to have that. Well, this guy will darn sure do it. He's long and level down his top, got some length in his rump. I'd like to thicken him up from front to back all the way through, make him a little wider base, give him a little more muscle and stuff. But really good, really long, extended goat up through his front end. Congratulations, young lady, you're first place in this class.
Results class 43 is Jordan LaFleur. Coming in the ring will be your champion yearly division buck. Champion division yearly buck. After that, you have a single entry at Lorelei Rao.
Folks, put your hands together for our yearling buck exhibitors. I think we've got 5 really good ones out here. Again, to me, when you start analyzing muscling, volume, capacity, structural correctness, extension, Boer goat character, 2 of these guys really come to the top to me. Congratulations, young man. You're going to be the champion yearling buck. Young man, you're going to be the reserve. Good job.
Your champion yearling division drive will be Ruger Miss Lurlian. Your reserve champion yearling buck will be Wyatt Stevens. And we have a single entry. The single entry will be also a single entry with your division also.
Okay, folks, single entry be the fifth one I've got right today in our senior bucks. So he'll be first place, and he'll also be your champion senior buck. And he probably would have won that if there were 6 or 8 in the class, young man. I like this guy. He's got some meat, some muscle to him. Really good Boer goat character. He's got that extension through his front end, that width, that Springer rib. Nice buck. Congratulations. Interesting to see what he's going to look like in our overall champion drive in a minute. Congratulations.
Your single entry of your division, AJ, you can stay in there with him.
No, they're gonna make him make the round.
Will be Lorelei Rao. Now we're going to go for your overall buck, and then we'll do showmanship. Starting with seniors first. The showmanship will follow the bucks immediately.
15 to 19.
We'll start with your senior division exhibitors, age of 15 to 19. The second will be your intermediate division, age 10 to 14, and junior division, age 7 to 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the exhibitors and our grand champion junior buck show for the 2017 Rodeo Austin. We've had an excellent set of bucks to go through the day. Maybe not some of the biggest classes and the biggest numbers here, but I think there's absolutely some quality all the way down through most all the classes. So I'll get out here and look at these. Y'all heard me talk about each of these. And again, there's one of these bucks that I don't know. It's just one of those things. I fell in love with him when he walked in the ring earlier this afternoon. And I still hadn't when I get him out here and compare to the other bucks. He still just kind of jumps out to me. I think it gets really close then for the reserve. So we'll go ahead and get the champion out of the way. Congratulations, young lady. I like that buck a whole lot. If you'll go ahead and lead him there, and young man, if you'll put that one there. And if you three champions would make a circle for me and end up back here head to tail again, I can watch you. I'd appreciate it.
Your champion overall buck goes to Lorelei Rao.
Okay, like I said, I think it gets a tad closer here for the reserve. So again, I think there's three good bucks. Make no mistake about it. But again, when he's out here on the move and they're walking around and they're starting to strut, there's one of these guys that to me, he's out here, tends to be a little bolder up through his front end, yet he's a little more extended, a little more masculine appearing perhaps, walks out, moves good, and does it. Again, you could go any of the three ways, but just watching them where I'm breaking the tie is how they went on the move. Congratulations, young man. You're going to be the reserve buck. Excellent set of bucks there, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to each and every one of you exhibitors.
Reserve champion overall buck will go to Gage Taylor. Gage Taylor. We're going to take a small pause. Be sure to get your showmanship exhibitors up here. As soon as a couple minutes, we're going to start the showmanship. There again, we're going to start with the senior division first, age 15 to 19, followed up intermediate division, and then your junior division. After the showmanship, over on the back side of the barn by the pins is a backdrop for photographs. The judge will go over there. He'll take your photograph, take your kids, take your banners, take everything. The judge will be there, your photographs. Following that, he will come over here and inspect anything that you want inspected. Bring your registration and your goat. Forms are up here. And then we will take a 30 to 45-minute break for lunch. We're going to start the show me ship. Senior show me ship first. Senior show me ship first.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the absolute toughest, most competitive senior showmanship contest I've ever judged in over 30 years of doing this. With that being said, I hate judging showmanship. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Now, it's not because I don't know what to do. I've put on, I'm old. I've put on a lot of showmanship. I remember back, putting on showmanship clinics for goats before showing goats was cool, folks. Before the Boer goats got in here. I mean, we had weather goat shows with Nubians or so I've been around it. I know what I want. I know what I like. I know what they're supposed to do. So I know about it. So it's not that I don't know, but showmanship is the one thing in this class especially, and I told each one of those, when they came in the ring over there, I'm going, oh man, because I remembered, as they've shown to me today, they were good. They were dang good. They didn't mess up. They didn't, and it was obvious. They'd spent time. They'd worked with their goats. They'd been doing this. This was not their first rodeo. So I'm thinking, how am I going to decide? This is crazy. On every single one, and it panned out. We started with, I was just looking for stuff to get you out. One leg was an inch off. Get over here. That's what I started doing. Walk your goat straight to me. If they were 3 inches over here, I said, straight to me. You were over there. Get over here. And I told, none of them really did. One of them, when I had 4 or 5 out here, they were looking good. One goat moved. It took her like 3 seconds to get it back in place, but the other 4 didn't move. So I said, well, her goat shouldn't have moved. So I told her it was her goat's fault. She did everything and put it back right. But it's so competitive. And why I hate doing it is because each and every one of these kids is giving 120%. They're out here, everything that ever mom, dad, brother, sister, county agent, ag teacher, adult leader, or whatever has ever told them is going through their minds. They're trying to put all that together. They're doing it. They're working their tails off. And when all of them are working as hard as they are and they've done as good a job, it's hard for me to separate them out. That's why I hate doing it. It's tough. It's tough on an old man. Usually I'll get one. There'll be, 4 or 5 at the top, and the other ones kind of, they sort themselves out. I don't know how many are out there, but there's, 10, 12, 15. Every dang one of you are good. I told you why I put y'all over here. And most of the time I said don't change much, but it's just one little thing. And a lot of it's pet peeves on what a judge might like and might not like. But the bottom line on showmanship is having your goat looking as good as it can possibly look each and every time the judge looks at it. Whether they're standing, I want them legs right, and y'all know, square, heads up, top, and then I want to show that you do, you know what you're doing, that you set it up, the goat knows it, it stands there, it doesn't hardly move, you look natural doing it, all those things come in. Now, I get to place 3 of them. That's what they said. So I can tell you, I don't know where we got the awards out here. 3rd place. Where's the 3rd place stuff? You got it right there? Right here, young lady. Congratulations. You're going to be 3rd place again. And we talked about, and her deal was she hesitated when I asked the age of her goat. And I don't want to embarrass you. This is educational purposes. Because she goes, I think it's this. Well, that's good. But in showmanship, when you're in the top 3, she was born May 21st, 2016. Not, I think. That's okay. I did the same thing for 20 years before I finally figured it out. So that's the, little things like that. That's what separated them. Now, it leaves me with these 2. And I came up and said something to them. Well, here we're last and next to last. They didn't budge an inch. They had, they knew I was as full of it. Folks, y'all are all good. This is, again, and I'm not lying. I've had the opportunity to do this all over and do lots of showmanship in all types of things. And I am not joking. This is absolutely one of the toughest I've had to do. I want each and every one of you to be proud of what you're doing. You might have done one little thing wrong that if you want to, it's my opinion, change that. But for most of you, you keep doing what you're doing. It got down in here, the little things, your goat cooperating, and now remembering back in the classes. How you did out throughout the day when you showed me goats. Did you have them set up for me? Did you do them good? That's what I'm using to break the ties. But I want to say, y'all have done an outstanding job, each and every one of you. Moms and dads, y'all should be proud. I've got my third place. I need to pick first and second. We'll go out and congratulate our first and second place showmen right now. One more round of applause for all these seniors. Excellent, excellent set of young people.
And your first place winner in senior showmanship is Caitlin Clark. Second place, Austin Jackson. The showmanship awards were donated by Blackstock Farms. I just want to give the parents and the handlers a piece of advice. The YouTube video for this on Rodeo Austin, if you try to tell your exhibitor what they're doing wrong, just show them the YouTube. They'll see it, they'll understand it a lot better.
That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for taking so long, but this is close, it's competitive, and it is important to these young people. So I'm gonna take time and do my best to get it right. You know, y'all got another show today anyway, so it's okay. But I want to apologize for that because this is tough. Like in the last class, we're getting down to some of the little nitpicking things, and some of you out here in the line, you know, look out there. There's some of them doing some things that about what? Look over there. Were they? Did you see? Okay. I'm just some little things, and y'all weren't doing them, and then you were doing them, and it's tough because we're getting into nitpicking things that judges individual deals that'll, you know, the next time you're at, the judge may want you to do it. It'll be fine with it, but I've got to line y'all up again. Excellent set of showmen. We sent a bunch of them out. I want all of you to be congratulated. But now I've come down. I figured out my third place. Congratulations, young lady. You're going to be third. I think she's got some nice prizes for you right there. And she just made my decision here. Young lady, you're going to be second. Congratulations to you. So let's see. She's third. She's second. Congratulations, you're first place. Outstanding job. Second and third.
Intermediate Division Showmanship Champion is Lorelei Rao. Lorelei Rao. Congratulations, girl.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, usually as you go down in age, you know, we had the intermediates and now we're in their juniors, it gets easier. I mean, it starts separating. Wrong. Of course, not here in Austin this year. These are just as tough. I mean, we got some exhibitors over here. You know, the goat weighs twice as much as they do. They're handling it and doing it. Yeah, the goat's maybe not going to hold still, but they're working. You know, young lady up here, outstanding. She was in a deal. Her goat is ready to go to the pen. He's had all he wants. She's doing everything right. The goat's not cooperating. And when you get into showmanship at the end of the deal, it gets to be that. I think I've got 3 super duper outstanding showmen out here, out in front of me. I've looked at y'all, I've watched y'all in here, I've remembered how you did your classes earlier today. If you showed me goats, I've made up my mind. I'm going to start with 3rd place and then go to 2nd place and then go to 1st place. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I apologize for taking as long on some of this stuff, but I know how important is showmanship, and it's the junior show. The guy judging the open show in a little bit will go through them a lot faster and get them going. But I want to congratulate y'all on an excellent set of goats that I've got to look at today, but more importantly than that, an excellent set of young people that I've had to work with. I want to thank the show officials, my 2 ring stewards in here that kept me straight. I appreciate y'all very much, Mr. Averett, for lining them up and keeping things going. Folks, an excellent show. Good luck to y'all in the open show this afternoon. We'll go out and congratulate 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in your showmanship. But once again, congratulations to all these exhibitors. Give them all a big round of applause.
If everybody would put their hands together, thank Warren Thigpen, the judge, for doing an excellent job, making sure all the kids knew what they did right or wrong. Thank you, Warren. We're going to send the judge over to the backdrop that is located halfway back to the barn, to the pens on the north side. Be sure you go back there, take your banners, your goat, and any friends or family who wants to be in the picture. The cameras will be back there, and the judge will be there shortly. And then he'll come up here if you want to inspect any goats. We're going to do a 30, 45-minute. We're going to start the open show, Boer Goat open show at 3:15. 3:15. All righty. We're going to go ahead and get the 2017 Rodeo Austin Open Boer Goat Show on the way. Our judge today will be Mr. Eddie Holland. He is a graduate from Texas Tech University. He has worked for the Texas Co-op Extension for 31 years, retiring as the county extension agent in Kerr County. He served as the president of the Texas County Ag Agents Association and president of the National Association for County Agents. He has judged cattle, swine, sheep, and goats at major livestock and state fairs throughout the U.S., Canada, and Australia. Eddie has served for one of the ABGA National Show Judges in 2007, 2010, 2013, 2016 at Nationals. He was recently selected to serve as one of the judges at this year's Junior National ABGA Show in Grand Island, Nebraska. He is currently ranching in Llano County, Texas, raising commercial cattle and trophy white-tailed deer. So if you want some good deer, something to eat, hit up Mr. Holland. Class 1 for percentage doe kids. Coming in the ring, there's going to be 4 entries in Class 1. Class 3, you should be getting checked in. There's 11 entries in Class 4. You need to be up here as 16 entries.
let you check your tattoo. Well, good afternoon. It's certainly my pleasure to be with Rodeo Austin and doing the open Boer Goat Show. I've been looking forward to it a long time. I was here a couple of years ago. My grandkids showed at the open show, and they had a lot of fun doing it. Saw a lot of quality that day, so I knew I would really be in store for a great afternoon. We're going to start off with this young man's doe that she's a little larger in her frame size. Maybe she's a little older, I don't know. But one that is a combination doe. She's really elevated up through the front end. She's very long-bodied, really total length, the hind saddle, really long in that hip. And yet you get around behind her, she's still packing a lot of muscle, a lot of shape down over her top. She's very structurally correct. Just a really nice female to start the show. The young man in second, one that doesn't have quite the expression of muscle, doesn't have quite the rib shape of the one that starts the class. Just like to see just a little more expression of muscle. Really appreciate the length of body we see and the length up through the front end. This young lady has a baby out here in this class, and she's having a lot of fun with it, and that's a big part of the show, and we're glad she's here. She has a baby, one that certainly going to have better days ahead. It just doesn't have the volume today, so congratulations.
Results for Class 1, 0 to 3. First place, Coulter Derelict. Second place, Alethea Owens. Third place, Alethea Owens. And I apologize if I scrambled your name.
What's your name, babe? Okay. See if you can't borrow your change. What class are you in, baby? Yeah. What's your name? Okay. See if you can't borrow a hopper. Shane. Here. There's some in this bucket. It's a little long, but it'll work.
Excuse me, sir. Can they show in halters, or is the judge not allowing that?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is last call for class number 3. My mic quit working. Jonathan Harris. Jonathan Harris, this is your last and final call. Okay, let's go.
That was one of the ones we talked to you about last night that was supposed to be moved to the.
Class 3 percentages in the ring, 3 to 6 month. Correction, 6 to 9. Mr. Thigpen has came back. He said if you need inspections, just come on the other side of the ring and he will take care of you.
In this second class of percentage females, we're out here in a breeding show, and I appreciate the weather world as much as anybody, but I also try to put all the pieces together when we're analyzing the goats. And as I told this gentleman, you're either going to be first or you're going to be down in third place. It just depends on where you're going to put your emphasis. And when you look at one that's really stout-made, big-footed, deep-bodied, tremendous depth to her and volume all the way back, fore-rib back, she has all that. She measures very long in her total length of hind saddle. She's really long and level out through that hip. She's really wide in her base. No, she's not the fanciest. Maybe she could be just a little bit tighter right in behind that shoulder, but she has the most volume out here in this class, and to me, she deserves to be first place. In second, a doe that's a little bit cleaner, in that lower middle. She's one that's really tall at the point of the shoulder. She, again, is very long-bodied. She doesn't have quite the rib. She doesn't have quite the volume. She is very expressive. When you look at her through her stifle area and down, she carries her depth of muscle down very, very nice in through there. I'd just like to drop her down, just give her a nickel deeper in that fore-rib and carry it back. This one in third is a little tighter yet. One that's not quite as level out through her hip. She's a little bit shorter. I'd like to drop her down, just give her a little more rib shape. But you really appreciate how fancy she is. She doesn't have quite the nice horn on her. It's just a little wilder in her horns, perhaps. Just like give her a little more volume to go with that look she has. The white doe comes in next, a little shorter coupled doe. She's one you appreciate, has a little more depth to her, a little more rib shape, just a little bit shorter coupled kind of doe, and just doesn't have quite as much overall muscle expression. The young lady ends class today. One is very long bodied. You appreciate the length of body, the femininity. She ties in very nice at her shoulder. She just doesn't have quite the muscle today, and therefore she winds up in 5th place. So let's give them a nice hand.
Results for Class 3. First place is Madeline Wallace. Second, Sierra Baker. Third is Cassidy Tubman. Let's give the exhibitors a round of hand as they're going to be excused out of the ring so we can take a better look at these.
This is a very nice class and a challenging class in lots of different ways you could place it and put emphasis, and I did. This young man's doe that wins it is certainly not the biggest frame. She's not the longest body. She doesn't measure the longest in her total hind saddle. She's very powerful. She's very wide and expressive on both ends. I think she sets her feet and legs down very good on the walk. She's standing a little posty right now, but when the walk, you see plenty of flex on her. She's so powerful right in her stifle area and carries that depth of muscle deep down into that twist. She does massive along her top and over that rib. She's got that, and like I said, she just got that appearance as she goes around the ring. She just really catches your eye. This dapple doe, again, is a very nice doe. She's very long body. She's longer body, bigger frame than the doe that starts the class. She's one that is carrying a little more condition. You get in there, she's beginning to push out behind that shoulder pocket. And for this age, putting this much condition, that's kind of a concern about putting the brakes on. You get around behind her and look at her from her hips. She doesn't square in quite as powerful. She doesn't have quite the thickness to the center of her tail and dropping down deep, down in that lower portion of her leg. But again, you really appreciate one that's long-bodied. She's very correct, and she moves around the ring. You like all those things about her. This doe that comes next, the red paint doe, one with the stripe around her, she's one that really has got a great design. She was the first one in the ring. She really catches your eye. You measure, she's just a little more compact. She's one that just, I'd like to stretch her out on both ends, but look how level she is out through her hip. Beautiful, elegant front end on her, just like to stretch her out. The doe that comes in next certainly is not the biggest frame or doesn't have the most muscle, but I think she may have as much balance and correctness as anything out here in the class. She's one that just doesn't overpower in muscle or any of those things, but she's got a nice design on her. She's really correct. She's not the stoutest made, but she just balances out the parts that she has and blends in, I think, very, very complete, and she slides in to that number 4 hole. We certainly have 2 bigger frame does coming next. This doe wants to get a little coarse up through the front end, just not quite the femininity. She gets a little straighter, but she's really got a big, bold chest in her. She's great, big old rack in her. She measures long. I'd like to change her from her hip down. She just doesn't balance out quite as good. The young man that ends the class today, extremely long-bodied doe, really up-headed doe. She's one that kind of gets tangled up when she walks away. Just doesn't put those feet and legs down on the outside of her body, just not the correctness. And so I'd like to change her there on her hind leg set as she moves away, and just give her a shot more muscle as you get behind her and study her and watching her go away. So an excellent class, lots of quality. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results from Class 4, percentage doe. First place is Ruger. Second place is Avery Fisher. Third place, Kaylee Jones. Fourth place, Peyton Blackstock. Fifth place, April Bridget. Coming in the ring will be your Junior Division Drive. Junior Division Drive. This will be the last call for Mr. Thigpen to inspect your goat. If he's gone, Mr. Holland will do it afterwards. But this is the last call for Mr. Thigpen. And keep in mind, you can have both judges. You can have both judges do 2 inspections today and get them out of the way.
In our junior champion percentage, our first place is on this side, the seconds are behind them. We had an excellent junior drive on our percentage. Our baby has got a lot of future. Just look at the elevation, the front end, the length of body, and got some muscle to get around behind her. The doe that wins Class 2, a very competitive class, a doe that we really appreciate the production in this doe, the depth of body, the volume she has. The doe that we just judged the last class, a tremendous quality class all the way through, is outstanding class. We're going to stay down here for the champion in reserve.
Yearling Division Drive grand champion was Ruger, and your reserve champion was Avery Fisher. Correction, that was the junior champion, not the yearly champion.
We have an excellent class winner as we move into our yearling class. One, you appreciate the depth of body, the volume she has, the foot size, the mass to her. You know, she's just a really nice doe that's got brood doe all over. You know, the doe in second's a little fancier doe. She's a little tighter in that heart girth. You like to drop her down and just level her out in her hips. She's a little bit round, a little bit shorter in there, but she's really got that cool look, that wow look to her. So super clean. She handles very nice, and she's got some muscle to get around behind her. The doe in third is one that's really long-bodied, very feminine, really up-headed. You appreciate how she runs uphill. She measures very long. She just doesn't have the mass and the muscle to her. The young lady that ends the class today is one that just gets a little bit tangled up behind, like to change it on the structure, give it a shot more muscle right in through that lower portion of the leg, and just lengthen it out just a nickel. So nice class. Give them a nice round of applause.
Results, Class 7 percentage. First place, Preston Wallace. Second place, Brandy Gunn. Third place, April Bridget. Fourth place, Nancy Torgilia. Class 8, the results is single entry. Percentage blood will go to Nancy. Class 9 percentage yearling does are in the ring. Immediately following Class 9, we're going to do the yearling drive.
excellent class of yearling out here. Really gets very, very close in my decision on first and second. This dapple doe, not as big frame, maybe not quite as powerful right through the center of her tail and that stifle area as the doe standing behind her. She is structurally correct. She's out on the corners, got a really wide base on both ends. She's very feminine. She ties in very tall at the point of the shoulders. Nicely balanced doe all the way back. But again, the advantage she has is that structural correctness, especially off those hind legs, and that's why she comes in that first hole today. Beautiful doe in second, really elevated in the front end. You love that about her. Again, she's got a great design and profile. She's got plenty of depth of body, plenty of rib shape, massive along that rack. You appreciate that. She's very long in that total length of hind saddle. She's thick and square. Right down when I watched her twice, just to make sure she rolls in those toes at the bottom. I'd sure like to put her out on the corners and set those feet and legs down square off those hind legs, and that's why she rolled into second hole in a very, very close placing. The doe we have in third, just a little more compact doe, not quite as big in her frame size, really massive along that rack, and she carries that width all the way back. She's very expressive right through the center of her tail, showing you lots of muscle there. She's just not quite as extended on both ends, but a very nice, very thick, very nice doe to wind up in third hole. In fourth, a longer bodied doe, a doe that's really appreciate the length she has. She got some toughness and foot size. You appreciate that about her. She just doesn't have the muscle mass. When you get your hands on and handle her and watch her track away, she just doesn't have quite the thickness throughout to go up any higher in the class. Love the fact that she's brought this doe. It's in production. Very feminine doe, comes in fifth. I mean, you just love the length of body, the cleanness of the shoulder she has, the extension. You can imagine she had 50 pounds on her, but she's got her in production. She's raising some kids, and I appreciate that for bringing to the ring. And the young lady in the class just doesn't have the muscle day. She's a little probably maybe younger out here and just doesn't have the mass and volume to her, and that's why she wound up at the end. Let's give them a nice hand.
Results from Class 1. First place, Cherokee. Second place, Cherokee. Third place, Matty Boyd. Fourth place, Christopher Martinez. And fifth place, Taylor Bell.
We're now doing our yearling percentage drive. We have a very nice doe that won the class quite easily in our 12 to 16. A doe that's got a nice design, nice balance, and I do appreciate the volume she has, and she carries it all the way back. You know, she's very nice and clean up through that front end. Just gives you a nice ring presence as well. We have a single entry out here in the 16 to 20. A doe that we did not talk about. She's a very feminine doe. She's very tall at the point of the shoulder. She's very well balanced. She does that just has a nice balance to her. Maybe doesn't have quite the natural muscle along behind that shoulder, along that rack, and out through the hip as the doe we have on either end in this particular drive. We just talked about the two older does, the 2024, just very, very competitive does, just a nickel's worth of difference in that class. We're going to stay down there for champion and reserve, first and second place.
Class 10, your champion yearling division was Cherokee, and your reserve champion yearling division was also Cherokee.
You know, I've been very fortunate to, to have had the privilege of judging 4 national shows, and also just finished our second certification school that was part of the trio that certified our new judges for the ABGA shows. And this class right here would be a really good one to have in there for people to look at and talk about, and to justify how and why they make their placings. Now, the logical placing is this young lady that ends up 4th today just doesn't have the condition today. So, her doe is not quite the muzzle strength, doesn't have quite the head power, and just doesn't have quite the volume of muscle in there. And so that's why she rolled down to the bottom of the class, and I told her, I'm not ignoring you. It's just you just want it, just don't have what these other 3 goats have up here to look at. And then when I went and talked to the exhibitors, I said, I'd like to take pieces of each one of these goats to put them together, but you can't do that either. You have to judge what you have in front of you. So the one that, that hit me the hardest when she came in the ring was this young lady we wound up winning the class with. And, we always tell judges or anyone, whatever, and I was told when I was 9 years old and started judging, your first impression is your best impression. And stay with it, and don't overthink things, and do all these things. And so that's what I came back to, doe. There's some things I'd like to change her on. Up through the front end, in that breast area, brisket area, she's not as clean, not as attractive there. I'd like to change that about her. She's one that like to maybe extend her just a little bit, but that cape coming across is really what is really one of those illusions, because when you measure that total length of loin and hind saddle, she probably measures longer and longer than any of them out here in the class. So when you do that and you put that big long hip in her, and that long length of loin, and that massive top she has, and that rib shape and that volume she has, and that foot size and bone, I think you can get away with, just because she's not pushing a lot of cover back in behind that shoulder. But she's got a little more brisket area on her. But with all those things she has, plus, I think you have to put her up the top of the class. And young lady, congratulations on winning the class. Now, second and third. This doe, I told this young lady, I said, you have the show doe. I mean, she is so long-bodied. She's really elegant up through the front end. When she gets herself out on the move, she just looks so nice and attractive up through there, where she ties in those shoulders real tight at that blade, and just transitions back through her body really, really nice. She just doesn't have quite as much muscle along behind that rack. I'd like to give her more shape and dimension it through there. But she does have some thickness to get around behind her. She squares in and she drops down with more definition of muscle in there. So with that elegance in the front end and that levelness that we have on this doe, I think she works her way into that second hole. The doe in third is a doe that she's a little bolder right in behind that shoulder, working her way back in through that rib. She's got a little more dimension there, and she handles really good right in behind that shoulder in that rack. I mean, she handles very, very wide. Where I falter is when I get hooks to her pins, she pinches in and she just doesn't square in through there. And when she walks away, she kind of drops down and shallows in at the bottom. So I like to change her in her structure there. I could look at her on some angles, and she'd look like she had enough muscle. And then I get another angle like right now, and you can see where she just doesn't square in there and kind of pinches in a little more. So she just doesn't balance up quite as much, and that's why she dropped down that third hole. I love that strong lower jaw that she has, that Boer type head, that beautiful horn that she has on her. She's got a lot of good things to talk about, and that's where in a reasons class you can really gain some points, even though you might not place it the same way, but you can really gain those points whenever you discuss it in that manner. And then we said, and the young lady ended up, she just the volume. So great class, a lot of fun to judge. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Results from Class 12. First place, Maddie Boyd. Second place, Casey Arnold. Third place, Austin Jackson. Fourth place, Lancy Lambarcher. Results, class 13, single entry percentage doe, senior doe, Braden Lane, shown by April Bridget. Coming in the ring now will be your champion senior division drive.
Well, we have a single entry we haven't discussed in this senior drive, a doe that certainly appreciate the length of body she has. She has lots of bone and mass to her. One that, is very long-bodied, doesn't have maybe quite the dimension of muscle, not quite the squareness and power that class will be had right in front. We're going to have champion reserve right across here.
Class 14 champion senior division percentage will go to Maddie and Boyd with a reserve of Casey Arnold. Get your full bloods ready. Get your full bloods ready and up here. in the ring. This is going to be your overall percentage drive. Overall percentage drive, it will be a Grand and Reserve banner and buckle. I just want to take time to recognize the buckle sponsors being No Step Ranch. They also sponsored the meal last night and 2 buckles today. RMS Boer Goats, Stewart Shore Goats, Glenn and Kelly Averett, Irvin Shavana, and also thank you very much for a monetary donation from Joy Ernest.
We're picking Rodeo Austin percentage female grand champion at this time. We have our junior champion to my far right. Very stylish individual, one that's really hard muscled. She's really massive along that top, and she carries that width all the way back to that hip. She's very thick through that center tail and dropping down. She's one that's just got a lot of muscle to her, a lot of look to her. She's really wide based on both ends. Perhaps she's just getting just a little straighter than I'd like to see on that hock. She stands there, and certainly I would try to watch that when I'm hoof trimming to not get her any straighter there. But you really have to appreciate one to be clean. It's really tall at the point of the shoulders and just tremendous width and thickness to go with that. The dapple we have in the yearling drive, just a very solid doe, one that really has a lot of the breeding pieces that you're looking for. She blends in very nice at the top of her shoulders. She got a nice head, nice horn on her. She just carries that smoothness all the way back to that hip. She's very long. She's very level through the hip. She's one that just balances out. Is she the most muscular thing? Probably not. But she just balances all the breeding pieces, I think, put together in a very nice package. The senior doe we just discussed, one that really wide. I mean, you can't span her loin, and she carries that thickness all the way back. She's level out through her hip. She's massive as far as that rib and that volume up through that forerib, and she carries it all the way back. She's one that certainly got some condition on her. We talked about that up through the front end, that brisket area. You'd like to change that, but you certainly can't diminish the amount of muscle and volume that she has out here, and just a very nice doe breeding piece as well. Excellent class out here. I'm going to go out here now, and I'll congratulate our grand champion winner. As we bring over the reserve in that division, as we said, it was so close. I would like to change, on that hind leg, just change it just a little bit as it kind of rolls in at the bottom. She's one that, again, has got tremendous amount of muscle to her. She's so expressive out of the top and over the rack, just like the young man that wins the junior class. Very expressive. Carrying a tremendous amount of muscle. I'd just like to change a little bit at that structure at the bottom. I'm going to go with our older doe down here, and she's going to be our reserve today.
Class 16, your champion overall percentage drive is Cherokee, and your reserve champion overall percentage is Maddie Boyd. Gonna ring would be your 0 to 3 month Class 18 full blood doe. Full blood doe.
Is it cooler in the bleachers? It's hot down here. No. At least. I'm 67. Nice class of young babies out here. The one that wins it, certainly probably older than those out here, but when you look at just the mass and the volume and all those things, I think she comes to the top of the class. She's very expressive in her muscle, good foot size and bone, and yet she's very feminine, very elegant in the front end. Just a nice doe to win the class. A little smaller doe, but a very complete package doe, the one that's in red. You handle her, she's just smooth as glass. She's just very smooth. She carries her width all the way back. She's very square through the center of her tail and drops down deep down that lower portion of the leg. She's out on the corners in her structure. All those things are really, really nice in this doe. Maybe you'd like to strengthen her head up just a little bit. The doe that's in third, I asked the young man to pick her up a couple of times and drop her down. She wants to toe out up through the front end. Maybe a good hoof trimming, work on that a little bit to see if you can get them down square, sitting down square. She wants to toe out just a little. She doesn't carry quite the thickness right in behind her shoulder going into that rack. She pinches in ever so slight, so you'd like to just smooth her out just a little bit, but she does have quite a bit of muscle, and you appreciate that when you get around behind her. This young lady that has the baby in the class, one that you really appreciate the foot size and bone that this little one has, and just a few weeks old. Just appreciate what she's going to look like whenever she gets older, to match up with that foot size and bone and mass and squareness that she has, and that length and extension up through the front end. She has all those things. You just can't tell at this stage what she's going to have compared to the doe that wins the class. And the young lady at the end of the class today is just a little more refined in her foot size, just like more evidence of muscle expression to go up any higher in this very, very competitive class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
The results from Class 18, your full-blood doe. First place would be Melody Mearslin. Second place, Cherokee. Third place, Ruger. Fourth place, Michaela Wilson. And fifth place, Lacey Lambercher.
think these two are real close. When you look at them, I put them side by side. The advantage, just a little more structural correctness off the hind legs on the one that wins the class. Both of them are very long. Both of them have a lot of muscle. Both of them are really stout made. You know, they got real strong heads, beautiful heads on them, strong lower jaw. This advantage is this hind leg as I watch this kid walk away. I love the maybe the length and the extension he has. I just got to change those hind legs. That's why he rolled down in the second hole. Boy, I love the design on this red doe. She's so nice and so well balanced. Ties in very smooth at the top of the shoulder. You know, she just got a beautiful design. She just doesn't have quite as much muscle. You put the muscle we have up here, and boy, we have a really big-time player in this red one. Just a few more days down the road, it'll probably change. This is the one that's got just some mass and some muscle to it, but she just kind of, as I told the young man, she's kind of in pieces. You know, you just like to get her body parts blending in together a little better. But she's got a big rib. She's got a lot of foot size. She's got a lot of thickness. She just doesn't balance out quite as much. A very stylish doe that comes in next. Beautiful head on this doe. Love the femininity we have, the length of body. Just like to drop her down and just give her more volume throughout. And the two on the end, again, just need more time on feed. They just don't have the volume there to go up any higher. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 19 full-blood doe kids. In first is Casey Joe Stevens. In second, Casey Joe Stevens. In third, Maddie Boyd. In fourth, Myra Miller. Fifth, Casey Arnold. And sixth, Virginia Vickers. Rounding out with seventh place, Michelle Shimp. Class 20 full-blood does coming in the ring. There will be 5 entries in Class 20.
sometimes you can do those sneaky things when they really don't know what the judge is thinking, you know. And I've got two other goats out looking at them, and they think that's going to be first and second. And that nasty old judge has already made his mind up that the other young lady's going to win. So you got to have fun out here every now and then as a judge. And I feel like this one comes to the top to me quite easily in the class. When you're looking at one that just the volume we have up to that forerib and carries that depth and angularity all the way back, comes out of that shoulder very nice, just balances out very nice. Plenty of muscle when you get around behind this female. She just balances out, I think, in a very complete package. Second and third, I thought got very, very close, and I put them on the move to just see which one showed a little more muscle expression. And right out behind that shoulder, along that rib, but just a little more rib shape, just a little more design there. And that red kind of comes at a bad spot on that hip where it's hard to look at. But I just think there's a little more muscle, a little more foot size and bone and mass. So winds up in second hole with the one with the red on the side. Very fancy doe. I love the elegance up through the front end. Comes out of that shoulder very nice, very tall at the point of the shoulder. Balances out quite nice, very nice head, very strong head and lower jaw on this female. Just don't think she has quite as much muscle, not quite as much foot size and mass to her as the ones up above her today. Another very fancy, elegant doe that comes in next. Really expressive, get around behind this doe. She just doesn't have the rib shape or the volume there. She shallows up just a little bit. She comes at me at the front end. You like to open her up at the knee a little wider, just widen her on both ends and just give her a shot more muscle along that rack. The two that the end of the class today just do not have the muscle expression, a little flatter in their rib shape, and just do not have the overall mass and volume to go up any higher in the class. So let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 20 full-blood doe. First place, Maddie Boyd. Second place, Kaylee Jones. Third place, Tiffany Rowell. Fourth place, Saley Taylor. Fifth place, Christine Hesleymeyer. Let's put our hands together for the exhibitors. It's class 21. It had 24 entries. We're going to go ahead and release a few of them so we can get a better look.
Don't these interns do a great job out here helping our show? Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a great class, lots of quality. We had a couple of them, a mouth and a teat that I thought has an extra orifice in it. We got the flashlight on it. One, the teeth just wouldn't hit on that pad at all. So I think it's in one of those transition deals. Maybe it'll settle down a little later on and they'll come back and meet. But you have to judge them as how they are today, in my opinion. So we had to put two really, really outstanding goats out of the ring. Moved a couple of really outstanding ones up in the top 5. So a great class and a lot of fun when you have the quality and you can pull them in from the rail and have this kind of quality to look at. One we started with kind of had her in second place in my mind when the class started and the ones who came in. But, I moved her up. I appreciate just the mass and ruggedness this doe has. Real strong about her head, a beautiful horn on her. She's one that has a lot of depth in that forerib and carries that depth all the way back. Good angularity there. You appreciate that about her. You step in behind her and you appreciate the mass and the hip shape that she has. And she just balances out, I think, in a very complete package to win the class. The doe in second, I just love the design on this doe. She's one that really super cool up to that front end, really long body, long in her total length, the hind saddle. She's one that has a tremendous amount of muscle when you view her from behind and over that rib shape. She's got a big old loin eye in her. Maybe she's a little tighter up in that forerib. Drop her down just a little bit, but she's got enough at this stage of her life. And where I'd falter is on the move away from me, and I did it a couple of times just to see. She just doesn't handle those feet and legs and plant them down on the corners like I'd like to see. But I sure like a lot of things about her, and I think she's an outstanding female. The doe we moved up into the third hole. Again, one that's got a lot of volume, a lot of muscle. Not as long, not as extended on either end. A lot of foot size and bone and mass, strong lower jaw. All those things going for just a little smaller package. This young man came in first in the class when he came in, and I didn't pull it initially. But one that has more volume, more depth than any of them out here. She's a little plainer, as I tell him. She's not quite as extended up through the front end. She's a little rougher out through her shoulders. But when you're looking at one that's got depth, it's got width, it's got volume, it's got muscle, all those things in a doe, a maternal doe, to lay down and give you some great offspring, whichever way you want to breed her. This doe has to be somewhere up here and work her way up in the class. Again, just the opposite on the doe that stands next in fifth. She's one of those really extreme does. She's long and clean and just a great front end to look at. She's so cool in her design up through there. Again, one you just like to give her a shot more muscle throughout, deepen her and widen her a little bit. But boy, she got a beautiful Boer head on her. She just outstanding design in her. Just needs to have a little more volume to her today. So a great class out here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results from Class 21 with 23 entries. First place, Lorelei Rowe. Second place, Justin Stewart. Third place, Wyatt Stevens. Fourth place, Cameron Green. Fifth place, Jana Arnold. And we are coming in with our drive. Coming into class is your junior division full blood drive. Junior division full blood drive.
We're now doing the junior full blood drive. We have our baby class up here that she in the class excelled as far as just the size, volume she possessed, and yet she put a very neat, super clean the front end. You know, just got a lot of design and balance to her. I certainly think better days ahead for her. A big, tough-made doe comes in the next class, one that you really appreciate the foot size and bone. She's really strong up through that front end, really wide, got a really nice head to her, strong lower jaw to her, one that's got some top shape and some muscle to her. Then we have the class winner that we thought won it quite easily in that next class, one that certainly had excelled in depth of body and volume, and just muscle when you got in behind her. Very correct. She got on the move and was out on the corners of her feet and legs. You appreciate that about her. And we just talked about the last class, and we really worked hard on that top end to get it right. And I still, even with a little flaw in that second place, we're going to stay right down here for our junior champion in reserve.
Results for your junior division full blood drive. Current champion is Lorelei Rowe. Reserve champion Justin Stewart. Coming in the ring will be class 24. There will be 12 entries. Class 24, it will be the beginning of your yearling doe. Class 24 consists of your 12 to 16 month full blood yearling does. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We're going to excuse them out of the ring and focus on the top 6. Does that mean Miss West got first? Either she got first or somebody goosed her.
It was getting low.
I told him when we got him behind, or I got him behind these two, I said, this is really a powerful pair of females that will suit any judge anywhere. And when you get these two in motion, there's just a little more to this doe that wins it. Really bold in the front end, carries that depth of body all the way back. So powerful over her rack and just levels out through that hip. Just a massive hip and top shape and just a beautiful head on her as well. Just outstanding doe to win the class. And the same thing to be said about the one in second. Pretty much identical. I don't think there's quite as much depth of body, not quite as much volume, but man, so elegant in the front end, so well balanced, structurally correct. Level out through that hip. They got all those things going for them. Just an outstanding pair, and a privilege to judge that pair of does on the top end of this class. The young man in third, from the hip forward, stands right in there with those two that wins. Tremendous depth and rib shape and volume and width of base and all those things. But the hip, it gets a little rounder, a little steeper out through that hip. Still a tremendous amount of muscle shape, and you love that about it. She just a little different structure on that rump shape, and that's what moved her on down into that logical placing on third place. Extremely long-bodied doe. This paint doe, she come in and really on the move and stretched out. She's long-bodied. She's got a beautiful head on her, a strong lower jaw on her, measured really long. She doesn't have quite the condition on her. But boy, there's a doe that's really long. I think you put a few more pounds on her, you make a difference. She narrows in just a touch when you watch her go away behind. A very well-balanced doe comes next. She doesn't have as much volume. She's a little shorter when you measure the total length of the hind saddle. She's just not quite as powerful out through her hip. But boy, she's got a nice balance to her. She's so elegant up through the front end, so raised at the point of the shoulder and ties in so neat. Nice forearm on her. She's just not quite as powerful, not quite as long body, and it's a really tough class out here. Young man that ends the class today is a little softer in her pasterns, just doesn't have quite the squareness out through that hip, and then just comes in just a bit narrow at the bottom. Excellent class, a lot of fun to judge. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 24. First place, Linda West. Second place, Justin Stewart. Third place, Ruger. Fourth place, Cameron Arnold. Fifth place, Peyton Blackstock. Test. Coming in the ring is Class 25 full-blood does, age 16 to 20 months. 16 to 20-month yearling doe. Before in the class.
We have an excellent doe to win this class. The other does have already kidded or have an udder on them, so this doe has a little more condition on her. But just in pure power and mass and muscle, you got to find this doe to win the class. Beautiful head, very, very outstanding Boer type head on her. The bone and foot size and just that depth and volume all the way back, just blending in very, very correct. You got to find her at the top of the class. The doe that's in second, really second, third, and fourth, all these does, very long body doe. This is a very level doe out through her hip. She just has a little more muscle and to get on top of her and handle her compared to the two does behind, maybe a little stouter on foot size and bone. The doe that I moved up in third is a little stronger right in behind her shoulder, a little more top shape to her, a little more depth and levelness through there. This doe that ends the class, just a little steeper out through her hip. Just doesn't have quite the strength right behind her shoulder, but a very close placing there. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 25 results. First place, Justin Stewart. Second place, Alethea Owens. Third place, Jessica Griffin. Fourth place, Jessica Griffin. Coming in the ring right now is Class 26, your full bloods. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. That little girl wants to shake his hand.
It's a nice class, and I had a little trouble sorting, that second, third, and fourth. This doe, just such a big, stout doe. I just around this doe. When you're looking at one, it's just pure volume and mass and just balance. I think she puts it all together in a very, very feminine package, and just I think wins the class quite easily. In second, third, and fourth, it was give and take, and when I put them in motion and watched them walk away, where they put their feet and legs, and just their rib shape and their rump shape and different things. This one, to me, just put more positive pieces together. They're all three really outstanding does, but I think they put more pieces together. She's not as big in her outline. She's not perhaps as deep-bodied. I just think she has more pure muscle mass to her, more genuine with the base on both ends, and that's why she rolls into that second hole. Certainly a big frame, big upstanding doe that comes next. She comes in a little narrow at the bottom. She's a little bit steeper out through her hip. But she's leveler than the one that comes in fourth. This doe in fourth gets a little steeper, not quite the structural correctness again off the hind leg set, and just not quite the mass and the bone that we have. But she certainly has some depth, and she has some muscle, some thickness. You really appreciate all these girls when you get on top of them, down over their top and their rack, and they carry that thickness all the way back. That's what makes it so difficult. Two smaller does that come in next, I think, are just a little more balanced on the doe that comes next. She just given up too much size and volume to go up any higher in the class today. The young lady, I put her in at the end just to see how she is. She gets underneath her just a little bit, puts those legs underneath her just a little more than I'd like to see. Do appreciate the depth of body and the volume she has as well. That was a very strong class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 26. In first place is Camille Jones. Second place, Camille Derelick. Third place, Coulter Derelick. Fourth place, Coulter Darlick.
Why are you asking me?
Is this the champion drive, or is it one more class? Okay. We're now picking the yearling champion full-blood doe. We have our three class winners, 12 to 16 in the 2024. 12 to 16, as we said, it was a very strong class, an outstanding pair that were on top. And this one just came to the front with just a little more volume, just a little more muscle expression throughout. This doe was in a class, she just had by far won the class quite easily, the most volume and muscle and dimension throughout. And then the last winner we just discussed how this one also came to the front quite easily in her class. Amount of depth of body and volume throughout and angularity all the way through. Just a really outstanding doe to win that class. But I think clearly in this drive, I just don't think you can get around this one right here. So let's hear her scream again.
Your grand champion will be Linda West. And your reserve champion will be Justin Stewart.
Test. That works. Are we awake? Okay, I don't know if you can hear me in the back, but we need to go ahead and start bringing up the bucks. I'm missing Cherokee with a senior doe, entry number 580. We're taking just a short break. He'll be right back in action. Just give us a second. If you have bucks, we don't have that many bucks other than in one class, so especially the young bucks, you need to go ahead and bring them up. All of the young bucks, you need to head them up this way.
We only have 3 in this class. 2 of them didn't meet the criteria of kitted by the time they were 24 months plus, and so we had to excuse them. They were really nice does. Doe that we're starting with is not the biggest, but I think she's the most complete. When you look at the balance on her, you get on top of her and watch her go away, the rib shape, the squareness out through her hip, and how she drops down with her muscle expression she has. She's got a really neat front end as well. Just a nice balanced doe to win this class. Very long-bodied doe, very tall-fronted doe, very stout-featured doe, big-footed doe. It comes in second. I don't think she has quite the shape in her, just not quite the squareness out through her hip and down to the ground. A very stylish doe as well that comes in third. She's a little flatter and just shows a little less muscle than the one stands right in front of her. But again, she's got a great design. She's deep in that forerib. She carries that depth all the way back. Not quite as strong, maybe about her head. Doesn't have quite the ennobled head on her, but a very nice doe. All 3 of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Jenna and. Oh, you have it over here.
This class of females, again, the depth is very, very, very good. We don't have but four females, but outstanding. The one we're starting with, she's really well balanced, so smooth and neat up to that shoulder and front end, really out on the corners. You appreciate that about her on both ends. Levels out through that hip. Has nice angularity, a nice, hair coat on her, very, glossy and short. And so it just blends in all her body parts, with a really outstanding finished product. The doe in second's probably bigger in her outline, probably longer body. Doe that is really expressive. When you get your hands along her rack and loin, she just gets wider. She goes back. She's really level all the way out to her hips. She just almost lay a book on her. She's so level. She just doesn't give you that balanced look, not quite as neat and clean in the front end as the doe that wins the class. The doe in third may even be deeper up in the forerib than the one that stands in front of her. She's a little rounder out through her hips. She's not quite as extended up through the front end. She's carrying a little more waist right in between her front legs and that breast area and through there, and so it takes away from her attractiveness, but she's really got a lot of product in her as well. And the young lady that ends the class today is one that's nursing twins back there and doing a job. She's giving it up to her condition, so she just doesn't have the condition and muscle expression today. So excellent class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Home stretch. Results from class 29, first place, from class. Results from class 31, Cherokee. In second place, Justin Stewart.
In the senior full-bloods, our younger entry, the 2436, we really like the femininity we have in this doe. She's a smaller doe. She was in her class, but she blends in so nice at the top of the shoulder, got a nice head, a nice strong lower jaw. She just balances with that femininity and depth and angularity back through her hip. Is she as massive? Does she have as much volume as a senior doe that we just talked about? No, this will be our champion, the older doe. We bring over our reserve, and she's bigger yet than our winner. And she's one that, as you handle her, you just can't believe how wide she is over her top and back through her hip. Just because she has just so much mass and volume, you have to use this doe for reserve. Well, like I said, I've been very privileged to had the opportunity to judge lots of livestock or lots of Boer goat shows across the country in Texas and national different places, and it's always a thrill when you get to your champion drives, and then when you look across and see your entries you have out here to select from and the quality you have out here to select from. You know, that's really a lot of fun. And as you look across on these junior champions, this the doe that wins it is certainly for her age. She's really growthy, but yet she still maintains a tremendous body shape. She's got very good depth to her forerib, and she carries that depth all the way back. She has plenty of muscle to go with it. She measures really long in her hind saddle. She's got a beautiful head and strong lower jaw. As we said, the red doe is just so flashy and probably has more muscle, just pound for her size, any amount here. She's hard as a brick. She's just so massive on her width of loin. She's just extremely heavy muscle, and she carries it all the way back to her hip. You get into the yearling drive, and I thought it was a pretty much slam dunk as far as when I saw this class of 12 to 16, and these two paired up. They were just so close together, and they stay that way. They're the same type. They're the same body type all the way through. You just love the depth in the forerib and how they carry that depth of body all the way back. You love the width of chest on them. You get around behind them, and you even like them that much more, how thick they are through their stifle area and how they carry it down all the way down into that lower portion of the leg. You handle them. They measure proportionally quite nice all the way through. Both of them, just like I said, they're just like peas in a pod. And then you get into your senior drive, and you have a doe that's just came to the top quite easily in that division, in her class, and in that division. When you look at one that's, just say, okay, get the backdrop out, put your Rodeo Austin banner up there, and, look at this doe. I mean, she is so elegant up through that front end. She's so tall at the point of the shoulders. She's so long-bodied. She's so wide-based. She has that angularity. She's level out through that hip. She's got all the muscle in the world you'd ever want when you get around behind her. I would, when I put her up against that yearling, I don't think she's quite as expressive coming out behind that shoulder along that rack. She doesn't come out behind that shoulder and just carry that width all the way back. But you certainly don't see it from this angle at all, here. So, you could come out here and say, okay, I'm just going to go right across the middle, and I'm going to pick these for champion reserve, and no one to question because they're identical. But I'm not going to do that today. We're going to go right here. And she's going to be our grand, and here's going to be our reserve grand. Congratulations, a great, great class. He got that picture. You can buy it.
Your grand champion full-blood doe is Cherokee Zarate, and your reserve grand champion is Linda West. We're going to move straight on into the buck 3 to 6 months, or 0 to 3s.
Another dapple. I've never seen as many outstanding good dapples we've had today. I mean, when you go up in the Northeast, you see a lot of the dapples, and you know, they may have a good look to them, but they just don't have enough to them. But these have the look, and they have something to them. One that's really big in his kind for his age and his class, you know, really up-headed, just handles a lot of muscle expression. So congratulations on winning the class. This guy in second's got a big old forearm. He's really got some rack shape, some muscle to him. You know, he handles really good. He's a little bit smaller. He's got a beautiful Boer head, strong lower jaw on him. Man, that is a beautiful buck head this little guy has. And Roper, he's got one that's a little longer bodied, but doesn't have quite the strength of the head, doesn't have quite the muscle expression, the rib shape and rack shape. So you're going to wind up in third place, okay? Let's give him a big round of applause. His name is Roper.
Roper.
Roper. Still on.
Roper showing for Ruger.
I've never seen so many Michael problems. We just have two in the class, and one at the top end of the age class, one at the bottom end, so it sure makes it tough out here. Both of them are outstanding kids. The one we're starting with is just more to him today naturally, and just more volume, more mass to him all the way through. This is a cool little young kid in here that's really elevated to the front end, very long bodied, going to have some muscle and some shape to him. He's certainly going to throw some outstanding kids, but he just gets out volume today. So 1 and 2. Let's give him a nice hand. We had a buck that we DQ'd that just didn't match anywhere on that pad and just really long, and so we had to dismiss it, and it was really an outstanding prospect, and hope his teeth come back together and hit that pad somewhere, and I've had plenty of them to do that. So the other buck that I pulled in second, we're going to stay with this buck, and I will say that I'd like to open him up at the bottom as he goes away from me. But I really like how he comes out of that neck and shoulder and front end, the height he has of that shoulder, that big old forearm he has, the big old wide chest that he has, and he's got some muscle expression all the way back in through there and just got a nice design to him. The buck in second may be bigger in his kind. He's one of these a little heavier up through the front end than he is the back end. He just doesn't balance out quite as good, a little bit weaker in his top line, but certainly has some depth and some rib and some volume to him, and he does walk correct off his hind legs. He moves away from me, and I appreciate that. This buck really hit me hard when I saw him come in, and he's just not walking sound enough. He's just taking very, very small steps. I don't know where he got sore. I don't know, but you have to judge him as you see him at this stage of the game. But man, there's a lot of great things about this young herd prospect. He's got a lot of muscle. He's got the look to him, and I think that he's going to raise some outstanding kids. But I'd sure like to see him stride out freer and easier and longer in his stride. These two, as I told the young ladies, had special interests. They didn't really know what our special needs, and I tell you, they're a little tighter in that forerib. They're a little more on the weather style, but certainly there's a lot of added value there. And these guys are hard muscled, just hard as this ground is out here, and really neat to look at. They're just like to drop them down, give them a little more depth, a little more volume all the way through to move them up higher in the class. Excellent class of young bucks. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Hey, Glenn, that should have been a division drive.
This little baby up here is just so intriguing when you look at him and just envision, down the road what he's going to look like when he grows up. But he's just got all the pieces working for him, I think, in a very complete package. This buck comes out of the second class 3 to 6. It's one that's just a little weaker running behind his top line, but he handles very well, very expressive. He's got a big old forearm on him. Very long-sided, very tall-fronted buck that comes out of the next class. He was a single entry. Appreciate the height of the point of the shoulder, the toughness, a lot of foot size and bone in this guy. He's got some width over his top. He's one that's just not as structurally sound as you'd like to see. The older buck 9 to 12 in here, really wide up through that front end, really clean in the front end, very expressive down over that top as you handle him down over that rack, and he's got some muscle in his hip. Where I like to change him up is from the ground up on his back legs. I just like to widen him out on both ends. He tracks true. He just walks a little bit narrower than I'd like to see. Process elimination. Here's our junior champion buck. And for reserve, we're going to go down here to the older bucks. Going to be reserved.
Test one.
Before the mic goes off, We have a really outstanding year. Let's understand this is a division, so first and second will be the yearling champion and reserve. So congratulations, young man, for being the champion yearling of the open show of Rodeo Austin. Really an outstanding young buck prospect. Love how he comes out of that shoulder. He's really tall, the point of the shoulder. He ties in very neat and correct and really carries back with a ton of muscle. Really opened up in his base. You love that big old forearm. He's tough made. He's sound on the move. You know, just an outstanding young buck to win that class. In second, this one's not quite as long-bodied or maybe as tall, but you get behind this guy, man, he's got a massive hip on him. He carries it down to the ground. Big bone, big footed, tough made, really strong head, a strong lower jaw on him. Just not quite the expression of muscle coming out behind the shoulders along that rack. And a really long-bodied buck that comes in that third hole, really extended to the front end, really smooth how he ties into the shoulders, very long in the hind saddle. One just a little flatter in his rib, just a little weaker in his top line, you know. But nice class of young bucks, champion in reserve, yearling. Let's give him a nice round of applause. I'll just leave it on. I won't even touch it. I won't even touch it.
Slide it down and it's on mute. No, on top, on top.
We just had a single entry out here, and he'll be the champion in the senior division, and he'll be showing for the grand overall drive. Really nice buck, as I said. Really a neat front end, really wide, a lot of muscle to him. You know, just a very, very attractive buck that's going to add a lot of style and balance, elegance, and muscle as well. Well, as I end my time at Rodeo Austin, certainly want to thank the committee for all the hard work they did. The interns has been out here getting all the animals checked in, along with Mr. Averett and our group behind. It keeps things running smooth, and I think they've learned how to be speed on changing batteries in these batteries. So we had a lot of problems with the microphone going dead today, but you know, it really takes a lot of volunteers to put a show on, and I know there's not many people. We're kind of preaching to the choir, but let's put our hands together and thank the volunteers for doing a great job today. Outstanding group of livestock, wonderful exhibitors to work with, and lifetime friends that you meet when you travel the show. Plus, you always learn something from these people when you come to the shows and watch people that are winning and talk to them, listen to them. There are always people are willing to share what they're doing to help them out to be better, and that's a great thing about this Boer Goat program since the inception. It's been a lot of fun. So as we finish up with the show, we're to our grand buck drive. We have our baby champion, our junior champion out here. This Dapple, we said, just very problem-free, and can't wait to see how he grows up and how he develops as he gets on down the road. But I mean, he doesn't really have a hole in him. He's really put together quite nice, you know, nicely balanced. You know, I think, like I said, I think better days are ahead for him. This yearling, we didn't have but just one class of 3, and he won his class, and of course he was champion. But this guy can stand a lot of heat. When you're looking at one as far as the balance, I think he fits the ticket. This guy is opened up on both ends, coming to you, going away. He's on a corner. He's setting those feet and legs north and south, just like you'd like to see. He's one that's really opened up in his blade, and he carries that width all the way back to his hip. And when he goes away from him, he just got a gigantic rear end that just you know, just right in your face. And like I said, those feet and legs around the corners. You know, he just got a great design and a great you know, body in him, and I think he's just an outstanding yearling buck that would certainly have stood a lot of competition. This senior buck has got that really cool look to him. I mean, he is, for a 3.5-year-old buck, you look at one, it's so clean up to the front end. You know, he just jerked out of that shoulder like you'd like to see. He's beginning to show that ennobled look with those wrinkles up to the front end, that strong head, beautiful head, strong lower jaw that he's got. He's got plenty of muscles. You handle him over his top, and you get through the center of his tail. He's wide and he's thick and he's expressive right through there. He's got all those things going for him. He's got one little thing. As he tracks away from you, he comes in at the bottom, and he just doesn't open up, and you just like to set him on the corners. He just rolls them in and comes in a little more than I'd like to see. So that gives a little ding in there, you know, for that champion drive. If you're just looking at one, taking a picture, there he is. If you're a judge and you're worried about little structural things and all those things, that's something in the back of your mind. Young man, you have our champion buck, and here is reserve. Thank you all very much. I enjoyed the show. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Test 1.
Jim Bob. Jim Bob.